Before the first pitch, let's run over the starting lineups for the NJIT Highlanders. Starting off for the Highlanders, leading off will be the center fielder, Albert Choi, coming in at .304 on the season. Following him is second baseman, Julio Marcano, batting .331, the team leader in batting average. After him, his brother, David Marcano, sits at shortstop. Coming in at number 4 is the catcher, Luke Longo. Batting 5th, the designated hitter for Game 1, Daniel Helfgott. Batting 6th, the first baseman, Nick Husey, senior. Batting 7th, the right fielder, Kevin Putsky, followed by Kevin Bloom at left. And rounding out the lineup at third base is the switch hitter, Jared Donnelly. Against your starting Seawolf pitcher, Brian Herman, entering today's contest at a .381 ERA, 2-3 on the season in his 10 appearances, 9 of those being for starts. He has gone the distance twice this season. In his 49.2 innings pitched, he's surrendered 49 hits, but has struck out 36 batters, and with a batter average of .255. What do you think NJIT is going to have to do in order to start getting some batters on the bases for this one, Matt?
Well, that's it. Get to them early and get to them often is the best way to describe it. But what I'd like to see is, again, facing a different pitcher and seeing what they do to work each at bat, because those 11 walks stand out for me. And that tells me something about this NJIT lineup, and which could give teams trouble in the Mankieiwch playoffs later on, of course, this month.
And stepping in to start off this one is Albert Choi, the right-hander. First pitch taken upstairs for a ball. It is 12 p.m. here live at Joe Nathan Field. Ken Fermin alongside Matt Mankieiwch here on WUSB FM 90.1.
WUSB Stony Brook.
And here goes the pitch. Wind up down below the knees. Taken inside for a ball. And Choi's up early. 2-0 on the count. Sunny day. Cloudy skies. Nothing rainy. Wind up. Here's the pitch. Taken down the middle for a strike. 2-1 count. Cloudy skies, but low wind. Estimated about 4 or 5 miles per hour. Heading north or up towards the center field wall. Wind up. Pitch. Chopped and fouled back over the backstop. 2-2 count for Choi. For Albert Choi, 1 for 4 in Game 1 yesterday. Left on base twice. Coming in today. Here's the windup. Chopped underneath ball. This one fouled over the Stony Brook dugout near University Field, home of Stony Brook softball team.
And, of course, they will be playing in the Mankieiwch tournament this coming week as well. Dropped 2 out of 3 to UMBC, so the tournament will be held there. But we will be bringing that to you as well later this week.
2-2 on the way for Herman. Here's the windup. Off the stretch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Choi swung just underneath the pitch. Herman beat him with the heater for 1 out.
Getting the first strike and the last one.
Choi starting off his day 0 for 1, and that'll bring up Julio Marcano. 2 for 2 in the opener yesterday. Wind up and the pitch. That one line over third base, and that one's staying fair off the left field foul line. That's going to the back of the wall, at least for a double. That one picked up by the Stony Brook left fielder and thrown to shortstop. That one picked up by Fox to Luthner, and that'll hold Marcano at second with a lead off, with a double, 1 out here to top the first.
And already the threatening.
How about that, Matt? First pitch swing to perfection there, getting on base with 1 swing.
Get to him early, get to him often is what I said.
That'll bring up David Marcano, .255 on the season. Herman now. It's stretch. There's the pitch. This one taking on the outside part of the strike, out of the zone for a strike. Kind of not too pleased with the call. Either way, it is 0-1 on the shortstop. Julio at second. David at the plate. 0-1 on the way. That one swung on towards first baseman Hamilton. That one had to go out off the cover. Hermin on the run. He makes the catch at first base. 2 outs as Julio advances to third.
That was close.
Well, with the hit, it drew Hamilton away from the first base side, drew him to the second base side, and Hermin had to beat the speedster in David Marcano in order to get to first base and get the other out.
That's right, Julio and David, both seniors.
So 2 out here, runner on third, NJIT threatening early. And there's the pitch to catcher Luke Longo. That one in the dirt. Curveball, too much spin on it, but John Tuchillo, senior catcher, there to prevent it going to the backstop. A 1-0 to Longo, batting .210 on the season. 22 hits in 105 at-bats. The right-hander swings, chops that one foul into the NJIT dugout. Sophomore with a slugging percentage of .419 and 15 runs batted in. All right-handers through the first 7 batters for NJIT. Against the right-handed Hermin, takes this one. Another pitch taken below the knees. Chill game in front of that one. 2-1 count. Right-hander in the windup, and the pitch. That one fouled off the right knee of Longo. Well, not wearing any leg protection, but doesn't need it. Just shakes off the foul tip as the count goes to 2-2. 2 out, runner on third. Top of the first inning, no score. Fermin gets the sign from Tuchillo. And the windup, pitch. That one taken on the outside for strike 3. And Hermin catches Longo looking at the outside corner, gets out of trouble early, and keeps this game scoreless heading to the bottom of the first.
Most importantly, one little mistake did not cost them.
Yeah, that was a good read by Julio Marcano. And with that, we'll send it back to WSB Studios for Zach Wilson with the game break update. Zach?
Thanks, Ken. So we are here now in the studios of WUSB to give you the scores and updates during our breaks. We know that the Stony Brook women's lacrosse team has secured their auto bid to the NCAA tournament after they defeated the U Albany Great Danes at Laval Stadium yesterday, 16-9. Stony Brook, winners of 8 straight America East champions, but there are still some games that still need to be complete. 2 more lacrosse games in women's before the selection show tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPNU, starting off with the CAA championship between the top-seeded Drexel Dragons that could threaten to be a higher seed than Stony Brook, as they currently have a 1-0 lead 2 minutes in against the 2-seed James Madison Dukes, who in their last tournament appearance was defeated by Stony Brook after they failed to reclaim the national title that they secured in 2018. Along with that, you also get the MAAC championship that's happening in a matter of moments. Fairfield and Siena, the winner of that one, will also get the auto bid into the NCAA tournament. For men's lacrosse, shocking news out of the Patriot League. Loyola will not be able to play due to a positive COVID test, so the Lehigh gets the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. Let's go back to Joe Nathan Field.
Thank you, Zach. Back here at beautiful Joe Nathan Field, bottom of the first, after a scoreless top half by Brian Hermin. Got out of trouble by striking out Longo looking. And now turning to the bottom half, let's take a look at the starting pitcher for NJIT, Grant Verpilat. 0-5 on the season, looking for his first win. His 10th appearance, 8th start on the season. In 33 innings, he's surrendered 40 hits, 28 runs, 23 of those earned, and has a strikeout walk rate of 30-16 and a batting average against of .290.
Leading off, the third baseman number 12, Evan Giordano.
Starting off for the Seawolves once again is Evan Giordano, by far the Seawolves' best hitter this season, coming in at .348 with 46 hits, 34 runs, including a team-leading 6 home runs.
Basically the Seawolves triple crown there.
Yeah. And first pitch swing, he fouls this one over the backstop.
Leads the team in every major offensive category, and probably can stretch the sabermetrics out to a few more.
And I know we don't calculate WAR, but if we did, he would probably be up there in terms of how much he provides for this Stony Brook offense. 0-1 coming from the left-hander for Pillette. Just will change up just upstairs, just over the letters for a called ball. Stony Brook coming in, wearing the white jerseys with red pinstripes, red numbering. NJIT with red tops, gray road slacks, and navy blue hats. Giordano fouls this one to the backstop again, quickly behind 1-2 to Verpillat.
One thing that has prevailed on Stony Brook uniforms in recent years, especially since the College World Series, is the Seawolves script across the front. They just still do have the red jersey with the Seawolves script all across the front, but they found that to be good luck during the 2012 run and wore them every game.
And this one, changeup taken downstairs for a called strike 3. And Verpillat with a big out, getting the Seawolves' best hitter looking for out number 1 here at the bottom of the first.
But if you want to get an idea, if you are not here at Joe Nathan Field and not familiar with the Seawolves, visualize the Philadelphia Phillies, and that's probably the closest thing to their current uniform that they're wearing today.
I was going to say it's very Philadelphia-esque, and one Eric DiCrescenzo very proud, friend of the station. Inside, in the batter's box is Chris Hamilton. Left-hander first pitch swinging this one, lined over the shortstop. The GIT going to drop in shallow left field for a base hit. So one pitch and Hamilton already on base. Hamilton, the second best hitter behind Evan Giordano, and slotted at number 2 today.
But here's something interesting. Hamilton actually has more doubles than Giordano, and he went opposite field on that one and gives the Seawolves their first base runner here in the bottom of the first.
Coming up, DH, the right-handed hitting Shaden Paradigm, sophomore, batting .304 on the season, 35 hits, and his 115 at-bats. Chris Hamilton, not much of a threat to steal, only 4 attempts, successful on half of those attempts. That's the left-handed pitcher off the stretch. First pitch coming close inside to the knees of Paradigm. He'll take this one unabated, doesn't even bother stepping back.
Well, lefty to the righty on the breaking ball, it's going to come in on him anyway, and it did, but he wasn't fooled.
Paradigm has the count, 1. Repellat taking a look at Hamilton. And slow pitch taken upstairs on the outside part of past the strike zone for another ball. 2-0 count.
Tried to come outside with the breaking ball this time, but it was up.
Repellat, obviously more of a slow pitch, kind of got a curve and change in his repertoire, along with a 4-seamer. And wind up in the pitch, and that one chopped towards second base. And the game in front of it, second base throw short, back first, and double play. Get him out the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning for Verpillat. Credit to the double play by Julio Marcano. Finding his brother David to first base for Nick Husey. And that'll get him out of the jam early. No score after 1 here at Joe Nathan Field. We'll send it back to Zach in the studio.
Thanks, Ken. So we return now to the studios of WUSB. And we got more updates to talk about. I'm going to point out another point right there with Drexel and James Madison, which is currently tied up at 1 the CAA Women's Lacrosse Championship. Drexel is just projected to be a 1 seed higher than Stony Brook, but should the Dukes be able to pull off the upset against the Dragons, Stony Brook might be able to get a better seeding tonight. Meanwhile, Siena and Fairfield is underway, and already Siena has the lead. It's a 2-1 lead over Marist with 24:47 left to go. We got baseball games today in the pros in the MLB in just about an hour, which includes your New York Yankees and New York Mets hosting. Yankees taking on the Nationals in Game 3 of the series against Washington. Domingo Germán will be at the mound today. And for the Mets, looking to sweep the Diamondbacks as Jacob deGrom will take the mound after he was out for a few days due to a mild strain. Meanwhile, you also get some NHL to talk about. The Rangers season is officially over, but they were able to close it out neatly by taking a 5-4 win at Boston. The Islanders last night in their final regular season game at the Coliseum ever gets the 5-1 win against the Devils. They play one more game in the regular season at Boston. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
Back here at Joe Nathan Field, and with some time, Matt quickly wants to share some thoughts about that very emotional Islanders regular season game, the last one at Nassau Coliseum.
Well, as my friend Peter Schwartz, who of course worked the PA yesterday at the women's lacrosse game, likes to say is, we've heard this before. And you have to wonder, I mean, if for some strange reason, UBS Arena is not ready for opening day in October, they may go back there. You never know.
First pitch coming, and first pitch swing is the batter. Daniel Helfgott, DH, straight to center field. A line drive caught by John LaRocca, and one pitch, one out here at the top of the second. No score, Joe Nathan Field.
But he said, yeah, they've had last games here before, and the move to Barclays Center, then they end up coming back, and this time I think the move is going to be permanent.
And looks like feigning a bunt was the right-handed Nick Husey, the senior, and he pulled back. Either way, it's called for a strike. Hamilton plays a regular first base stop, not really on the grass. 0-1 coming. That one swung on towards the short. And the wind-up throw, and able to get him out is Luthner. Luthner to Hamilton, and 3 pitches. Fermin has 2 outs, perhaps taking note that Verpillat only needed 5 pitches to get the Seawolves out at the bottom of the first.
Well, most importantly is that the faster he works, the less time people have to work at bats. And that's what NJIT's strategy is. That's why they were able to draw 11 walks yesterday in a game.
Putski stepping up, the left-handed, taking a pitch on the outside for a ball, 1-0.
But they can't do that if you keep throwing strikes.
That one close to the strike. Bottom left part of the zone. That one swung on, fouled past the left field side over the NJIT dugout. 1-1 count.
If you have a guy who nibbles at the strike zone all day long, they're going to work some walks, but see what happens here.
8th pitch of the inning, taken high above the letters for a ball. 2-1 count. Putski, sophomore, 192 on the season. Only 73 at-bats, though. 2-1, taken upstairs again on the outside, far side outside the plate.
First 3-ball count here with 2 outs and nobody on.
Fermin always liked his fastball. Expect him to go back to it here. He does, and that one's just taken for a strike. Full count near the knees of Putski.
And he was taken all the way, too.
And 3-2 of a fastball for his pitcher, man. What do you expect to come here?
He wants to punch him out, so he's going to try to blow it by him. Unfortunately, everybody knows what's coming.
A wind-up and the pitch, and that one taken just below the knees. Taken for ball 4, so the first base runner of the second inning on board with 2 outs here for the Highlanders.
I'm actually surprised he decided to go to the corner, and he missed.
And righty against lefty. Lefty winning that battle, and that puts Highlander on base for the second consecutive inning.
Highlanders, by the way, the original name of the New York Yankees. We'll get into that next pitch.
And first pitch swing by Bloom, swung under the pitch, as it was just above the letters for a strike 1. The right-hander Kevin Bloom entering today at 188. 12 hits in his 64 at-bats. Putski, not much of a stealing threat. 2 attempts, 50% on those attempts. It's right-handed Fermin with the windup and the pitch down the middle. Middle part, caught the middle bottom part of the zone for an 0-2 count. Bloom not too happy with the call, kind of shaking his head. Behind quickly, 0-2. Fermin taking a look over to first. Putski about 4 paces off first base. Hamilton covering there. Wind up pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. And Fermin striking out another batter to end the inning.
Third strikeout of the day.
Third strikeout for Fermin as Stony Brook gets ready to bat at the bottom half of this inning. For that, we'll take it back to the studio for another game break update. Zach?
All right, thanks, Ken. So, let's see what else we got going on. We do have college baseball to look at, and in the America East, we also got other games that have their games going. The first game of the day, actually, was earlier today up in Binghamton. The UMBC Retrievers in a 1-0 win over the Bearcats. Game 2 will be in a little while. But yesterday was quite an amazing historic moment for Hartford as they've gotten their second ever no-hitter. And that game, it was against Maine. Nicholas Dumkowski able to put up the Hawks' second no-hitter in program history. Hartford is currently 15-13 in Division A. That makes them the closest team to Stony Brook in the America East standings. Another reminder that Stony Brook is, of course, 5 games ahead for first place, making that race for the top seed in the America East still a lot more interesting after this weekend. Also, you got Hartford and UAlbany. The Hartford game was against UAlbany yesterday. You also got UMass Lowell and Maine. And Game 2 between UMBC Binghamton happening in a little while. Not to mention NJIT and Stony Brook. You get one top 25 game going on right now in Piscataway. 24th ranked Indiana leads Nebraska 4-0. Let's head back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. Back here at the bottom of the second. No score here. Ken Fermin alongside Matt Mankieiwch. As stepping up to the plate is John Tuchillo. First pitch swing. The right-hander fouls this one over the Stony Brook dugout. John Tuchillo catching for game 1, coming in with a .243 batting average. 34 hits on the season. Left-hander over Pilat with the wind-up pitch. This one taken just outside of the strike zone for a ball. 1-1 count here for Tuchillo. 7 doubles, 4 home runs on the season. This one taken again, below the knees, past the right part of the plate for another ball.
This being the final regular season matchup here at home at Joe Nathan Field, the seniors were honored yesterday. Adam Erickson, John LaRocca, Chris Hamilton, Brian Herman, Sam Turcott, and Jared Milch.
2-1 swung on a line into left center field. That one's going to drop in between left center fielders for an easy double. Tuchillo rounding first on his way to second. That one's scooped up by the center fielder Choi to shortstop. And Marcano will bring the ball in as Tuchillo leads off the second with a double. And how special is that? Matt, as you were saying, one of the seniors honored, John Tuchillo, a leader, longtime leader, especially in the catcher spot for the Seawolves, opening up his quote-unquote senior day, regular season finale at least, with a double.
And, of course, the effort here is to make sure that the games come back here for the tournament.
Well, but judging by our math, it only takes 1 win for the Seawolves to secure a home berth. The only way they can miss out is by losing out the next 5 games. Meanwhile, left-handed hitting John LaRocca steps to the batter's box. First pitch swinging, that one chopped foul.
Well, for that time, somebody has to win the next 5 games.
0-1 count to LaRocca. Runner at second, no outs here. Bottom of the second. Perlat looking back, staring down Tuchillo. He'll throw a changeup just under the letters, catching the middle of the plate for a strike. 0-2 count to LaRocca. The left-hander enters with a .325 batting average and a slugging percentage of .500.
.500 for slugging percentage looks good on the slash line.
Pilat takes a look back, wind up, pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3 as Pilat gets a big first out, getting rid of the slugger in LaRocca. Beat him with the changeup below the knees.
The shortstop, number 13.
Seawolves can't get fooled too easily by this guy. All he's going to do is throw breaking balls and changeups, and he leaves one up, they should be able to tattoo it.
And for the Seawolves, leaving men on base, actually not as big of a problem as other New York sports teams. Mets.
Yankees.
2 Yankees as well this week. We'll get into it later tonight on the sports section. Only 2 men left on base in the Game 1 loss. 7 runners left on base in the Game 2 win, where they won 11-3. NJIT, surprisingly, 12 runners left on base in the 11-3 blowout loss. So stepping up to the plate is Stanton Lutner. Lutner taking a change up below the knees for a strike. Shortstop entering his first at-bat with a chance to drive home the game's first run. Coming in today, he's batting .233. His 24 games played has 60 at-bats, the least among the starters in today's contest. 14 hits though, including 2 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs. 9 runners batted in. Another changeup taken. This one catches the part of the plate for a strike.
Just reminds me of what Kirby Puckett said during the Game 6 of the 1991 World Series, and they brought out Charlie Leibrandt, the Braves. This game is over. You're going to throw a soft-tossing lefty at me, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Hit the walk-off home run that forced Game 7.
An absolutely memorable moment for sure. One of the best to ever do it. Wind-up pitch, change-up taken in the dirt. And Longo have to get on his knees just to prevent that going in the backstop. Does so successfully. 2-1 count for Pillette. Looking at his second baseman and taking a look at Tuchillo. Pillette looking for his first win of the season. Again, coming into today at 0-5 with 6.27 ERA. 2-1 to the righty. That one swung on, chopped in between shallow center field. Third baseman comes flying over and on the throw. That one bounces in and out of the glove of the first baseman, and Husey unable to properly clean that.
Scored a hit.
That one, you believe, would have been scored a hit, as that was a slow chopper, and it was Donnelly who actually beat out Marcano getting to the ball. Both of them were converging in on short third base field area.
He cut right in front of him, and got the throw off in plenty of time, but it was on a bounce, and Hussey had trouble handling it. But you can't give him an error on that one. You got to give him something for his effort, and that is a base hit for the Seawolves.
Scores decision officially rules it a hit. As you're right, Matt. First and third, one out, and Evan Fox to the plate, the right-hander. Up against lefty pitcher. First pitch takes changeup just past the right part of the plate for a ball.
By the way,
1-0.
The official scorer, friend of ours. Cam.
That's right.
Cameron Boone is the official scorer.
Former WSB alum Cam Boone, friend of the station.
Yeah.
How grateful we are for him.
But
Great scorekeeper.
But it's also true that, yes, the home SI at
this one swung on.
Official.
This one swung on near to mid-right field. Right field makes the catch. Tagging up from third is LaRocca. He'll score easily, so count that as a sacrifice fly to Evan Fox. That was hit towards left-handed Kevin Putski. Putski gets the out. Stony Brook gets the run. Their first of the afternoon. They take a 1-0 lead here at the bottom of the second.
So as I was saying, is that the home official in the Athletic Communications SID office official is the official scorer. So he's got to be objective, but he was fair there. And also Cam's an umpire too, so that's what he also does in his spare time.
Coming in now, Brett Paulson, the right-hander, takes the first pitch upstairs past the right part of the plate for a ball. For Pillad, that was his 24th earned run surrendered this season. Taking a look at first base. A wind-up pitch. Runner goes. This one's a strike. Throw to second base. Beats the runner, but the glove unable to be applied on in time. And with that, Evan Fox stealing first base, improving an incredible mark. 16 of 19 on the season.
Well, the one thing about this Stony Brook Seawolves team, although you don't necessarily see everybody in the lineup has at least stolen 2 bases, number one. Number two, their percentages are very high in terms of success. They know how to steal bases top to bottom in this lineup. As I keep reiterating that this team, any team coached by Matt Senk, is fundamentally sound. They know how to play.
Just make a quick correction, that was Lutner, but however, he still stays perfect on the season, going 7 for 7 with the steal.
But everybody,
as a pitch taken down the middle for a strike.
Just like everybody's a threat to bunt. You can't. There are no matinees. There are no resting spots in the Seawolves lineup. Each one can hurt you.
And 1-2 pitch coming, change up inside, swung on for strike 3. Ball goes loose from the home plate. Catcher just picked that one up. Longo throwing it to first, beats the runner, and with that, Stony Brook enters the top of the third with a 1-0 lead off 1 hit, 1 ruled error, and 1 runner left on base. Let's send it back to the studio for another WSB Sports Break.
All right, thanks, Ken. So we return here to the studios of WSB and more sports that we have going on today, including in the NBA. Kudos to the Brooklyn Nets coming off a 4-game losing streak, defeating Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets in Denver, 125 to 119. KD and Kyrie combining for 64 points as the Nets retake sole possession of second place in the Eastern Conference. Battle for the top seeds not over yet, but Philadelphia does have a good stretch. Meanwhile, you got one local in action today in the NBA, the Knicks, coming in, but they'll be playing without Alec Burks and Emmanuel Quickly, taking on Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers at the Staples Center, 3:30 on ESPN. First game of the day in the NBA, the Boston Celtics hosting the Miami Heat, another rematch of the Eastern Conference Final from last season at the TD Garden. And at 7 o'clock, you get more action. The Charlotte Hornets, who will be on the schedule for the Knicks later this week, taking on the New Orleans Pelicans, who are outside the playoffs. Meanwhile, at 7 p.m., you also get the Cleveland Cavaliers taking on Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks, who have just secured a playoff berth. No play-in tournament for them. Meanwhile, at 7 p.m., the Orlando Magic host the Minnesota Timberwolves. At 8, you get the Pistons hosting the Bulls. And at 10 p.m., more games. The Lakers will be hosting the Suns, a big game on NBA TV. And you also get Oklahoma City Thunder at the Sacramento Kings. Back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. Back here at Joe Nathan Field for this 7-inning contest. Top of the third as the Seawolves lead 1-0 off of what, after a John Tuchillo double led off the game. He was advanced to third off what's been ruled an E3 against Stan Lutner and brought home on the sac fly hit by Evan Fox. Regardless now, John Donnelly in the plate. The left-hander takes a strike for one, swung on and missed for another strike, and quickly Fermin up and Donnelly, the third baseman, 0-2.
You get to see two polar opposites between the Seawolves and the Highlanders here, because you got a power pitcher going for the Seawolves and a soft tosser for the Highlanders. And
that one lined up, foul tip into the catcher's mitt, strike three, and quickly 3 pitches, Donnelly's out.
Center fielder number 39, Albert Choi.
That was 4th strikeout for Fermin. And his first one to start the third inning.
We go back to the top of the order here.
Top of the order for Albert Choi. First pitch taken down the middle for a strike, fastball. Choi struck out 5 pitches. Swung on and missed for strike 3. That's his first at bat. A wind up for Fermin. That one line towards center right field. That one's going to drop in between both for a hit. Speedy Choi going to extend this one. Stretches it out to 2 before Durkin's able to get to the ball. And quickly the Highlanders with a quick response to the Stony Brook double by getting one of their own.
Well, both of their hits so far have been doubles. They, of course, have picked up one other base runner on a walk. But the gaps at Joe Nathan Field, there are no foot markers out there, but I can tell you the gaps are deep, tailored mostly to Seawolf-style hitting, but if you get a ball in there, it's going to stay out there for a while.
Oh, yeah. Walls estimated at 385, 415, 385. So that'll bring
very deep gap.
Julio Marcano, runner in scoring position, 1 out, top the third. First pitch, fastball taken, touching the top right part of the zone for a strike. 12:30 here, Joe Nathan Field. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. Happy Mother's Day once again to all the mothers out there listening. Ken Fermin alongside Matt Mankieiwch here on WSB 90.1, WSB Stony Brook. Around with the windup, pitch swung on and just over the ball was Marcano on that swing, quickly falling behind the hole, 0-2.
As a reminder, those of you who remember that far back, Shea Stadium and a lot of National League ballparks from that era as well that were built in the 60s were tailored that way. And Dodger Stadium to a degree is too.
I'd agree, absolutely. Very deep, especially in the corners. Fermin now, 0-2 pitch. That one swung on, missed, called strike 3. And quickly Fermin responding to the double by getting his 5th strikeout of the afternoon, sending Julio Marcano back to the dugout and bringing up his brother David to try to drive home the tying run.
Well, that was a big strikeout because it leaves the runner at second and all he has to deal with is the guy in front of him. Doesn't have to worry too much about the guy behind him.
So, wind up, and that one, just nips Marcano wearing the elbow protection pad. and just nipped it as he tried moving out the way. So that'll send him to first, puts 2 runners on, and brings up Luke Longo to the plate.
Tried the looping breaking ball, and it was up and in just a bit too much. And has not gone to that. I think that might be the first one we've seen all day.
Yeah, first or second, I believe. First time since the first inning. And I was going to say, 8 pitches thrown this inning. Virtually all of them up to that one were fastballs. So they'll bring up the right-handed hitting Luke Longo up with 2 runners on. Fermin off the stretch. First pitch swinging. It's called for a strike.
That's what he wanted last pitch.
Fermin really beating the Highlanders with his heater. It's estimated in the range of about 86 to about 90, 91, topped off 91 miles per hour.
But I'll tell you this, if he gets the breaking ball going, they're not going to touch him.
Off the stretch, fastball taken away to Chillo, having to get down on his knees, take a couple paces to his right to keep that one in front of him. 1-1 count. Longo struck out looking his first at bat to end the bottom of the first, or rather the top of the first. Both runners on base, about 3 or 4 paces off of their respective base. Not looking to steal. 1-1 coming. That one swung on, chopped high, in shallow right field. Perfect positioning for Cole Durkin to get under it. He does, and Fermin gets out of trouble. So one hit by pitch, no errors, and quick 3 outs for Stony Brook as they enter the bottom of the third with a 1-0 lead. Let's send it back to Zach at WSB Studios.
And back here in the studios of WSB, let's get you another update with women's lacrosse in sports. 2 conference championships today, the last 2 before the NCAA tournament begins. The selection show tonight at 9 o'clock. You got James Madison and Drexel playing right now at James Madison. It's technically neutral site. However, it's working to the Duke's advantage as they have a current 4-3 lead on the top-seeded Dragons. Isabella Patterson already with a hat trick. Should James Madison defeat Drexel, could give Stony Brook a better chance to have a higher seed than Drexel because of how many people believe that Drexel is better than Stony Brook. But of course, Drexel's win against teams that Stony Brook has played were a little closer than who Stony Brook has played. Meanwhile, in the MAAC Women's Lacrosse Championship, Fairfield and Siena are tied up at 4 halfway through the first half. Winner will get the auto bid, loser may be going home. Meanwhile, your MLB games will not be starting until 1 o'clock, and it starts with the Mets and the Yankees, DeGrom and Herman against their respective opponents. Also at 1:05, it's another AL East battle between the Baltimore Orioles and the Boston Red Sox. Kremer taking the mound for the Orioles, Pavetta for Boston. You also get more games at 1 p.m., starting with the Tigers hosting the Twins and the Marlins hosting the Brewers. Back to JNF.
Thank you very much, Zach. Back here at Joe Nathan Field, as Cole Durkin will be leading off the bottom third. The Seawolves up 1-0. Durkin, Giordano. Quickly going back to the top half, Matt, what was it you liked about Brian Fermin that last inning?
Well, he started to show his breaking ball a little bit more. Actually, one got away from him, resulting in a hit batsman. But
wind up, first pitch taken outside for a ball.
If he gets that over for strikes, he'll be able to work very quickly and maybe even make a 1-0 lead stick. Let's see what happens here.
2 hits for the Seawolves and the Highlanders, respectively. 0-1 coming. That one outside the left part of the plate for a ball. Durkin 203 on the season. 69 at-bats. 1-1 coming, and that one swung to the backstop. Newer radio setup. Thank goodness for the nets in front of us, as Durkin quickly behind 1-2.
Sometimes you got to take a look at the positioning of the outfielders. There really hasn't been much.
And no shifts here. As 1-2 coming, Durkin reaching out to get it, shot to the outside, and the pitcher, Verflat, does it himself with the bare hand grab and underhands it to Husey in between the mound and first base.
That was a nice little toss there because he was able to barehand it. It was a weak roller. It came right back to him and gets an easy first out as a result.
Not often you see the 1-3, especially off a nice defensive play by the pitcher, that being a barehanded grab, left-handed especially. So that brings Hewells back to the top of the order with Evan Giordano. Takes the first pitch. Down middle, call strike. Giordano struck out looking his first at bat.
Set up the fastball very nicely there. Let's see what he comes back with.
0-1 coming, swung on. That one way below the strike zone. Got Giordano reaching for the breaking ball. Quickly falling behind 0-2.
Being able to set up your pitches like that, and as Greg Maggs likes to call it, you pitch up and down, left and right, and back and forth. You use the third dimension.
And 1-2 coming. Giordano late there, desperation swing, able to get enough of it to make contact. Swung over the dugout of Stony Brook, foul territory. We'll do it again. Giordano again, the leader in virtually every offensive category. Runs batted in, slugging percentage, total bases, hits. Giordano again just reaches out of the plate and just hits it enough to hit it foul in front of the catcher.
After he gave up that leadoff double to Tuchillo, he actually was pretty effective. I mean, save for the error, that's really set things up for the sac fly by Fox that scored the only run so far in this game.
And Giordano looking for his second hit of the series against the Highlanders. Only mustered one yesterday. This one swung ripped hard past the fast third baseman, over the left field line for a foul.
Might be the hardest hit ball, save for a couple of doubles in the gap on the other side. It's definitely one of the hardest hit balls the Seawolves have come up with, other than Tuchillo's double.
Giordano's been late on the swing in this at-bat. Virtually every swing up to that one.
He pulled that right down the line.
We'll see what the power hitter can muster here. 0-2 coming, takes this one high and outside. 1-2 count.
Tried to fool him on something high and away, and Giordano didn't take the bait.
For Pilat, only needed 5 pitches in the first, but needed 20 in the second, in which he surrendered 1 run. 1-2 coming. That one swung hard, pushed out of the field side, down deep right field, and an error by the right fielder. And he loses the eye of the ball as Giordano's crossing that second. He's going to try to stretch it to third and into third base. Evan Giordano off of the error by the NJIT right fielder.
He had that ball all the way and just closed his glove too early.
Kevin Putski, you're right, had it tracked all the way there. It was pushing back to deep right field, but Putski was in the area. He beat the ball. Only problem was he closed his glove a second too early.
And the result is a 3-base error, and the Seawolves have a runner on third now with only 1 out. And the infield has to be drawn in.
And Highlander defenders all touch it in on the grass. First pitch to Hamilton. Change up over the letters taken for a ball for Putski. That one, his second error of the season, came in today with a 98% fielding percentage, although second error on his 50th put-out attempt.
That's one thing about statistical samples in college. They don't play 162 here, so your fielding percentages won't be quite as high. You make 2 errors in 100 attempts, that's 98%.
This game's the 37th for both Stony Brook and New Jersey Institute of Technology this season. 2-0 count for Hamilton after taking a changeup on the outside. Left-hander against left-hander here. This one taken just above the knees, catching the inside part of the plate for a strike and a 2-1 count. NJIT now with 2 errors after Lutner's, what we assumed was an infield hit, was changed. 2-1 coming. This one outside. past the left part of the plate. And Hamilton, with a hitter's count, 3-1. Dangerous count to give a slugger like Chris Hamilton. Hamilton, 333 on the season, 14 doubles, 2 triples, 3 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Hamilton taking this one, thought he was going to get a free base. Instead, just nips the outside part of the plate, bottom left part of the strike zone. Hamilton not agreeing with the home plate umpire's call. Full count.
I thought for sure that breaking ball missed too.
Another opportunity
But
for
Longo
Hamilton.
was able to sell it.
And that one just outside. Full count coming. This one chopped into shallow second base and playing in. Able to get the put out. Holds the runner at third. Huff got 2. Husey there to prevent the run from scoring. And 2 outs now
The DH number 5,
with Shane Paradine. DH coming up to the plate. And Paradine takes this first pitch. Called for a ball past the outside part of the plate. Paradine grounded out to a 4-6-3 double play. His first at bat was ahead in the count, 2-0, and went on swing. Paradine takes this changeup. I believe just inside, left part of the zone for the right-handed hitter. 2-0 count against the lefty for Pillette.
Both pitches were up. Drops it down just a little bit more, and Paradine could have a feast on it.
Paradine, 2-0 swinging again, this time late on the pitch as it goes over the Stony Brook dugout into foul territory. Limited attendance here at Joe Nathan Field. One of
But-
the more attended games because a lot of the earlier ones were 0 attendance. And of course, social distancing enforced. Masks everywhere to be seen. 2-1 count. Paradine gets under this one with the swing as he trails this one foul towards the first base side. And is he going to have a play? And he does. Nick Husey, just near the right wall in between first base and Stony Brook dugout, able to get his glove out on and beat the sun and get NJIT out of a jam.
Way to cover for your teammates, though. That was a nasty 3-base error that ends up going by the boards, and the run doesn't score.
Oh, Putsky definitely owes first baseman and Husey a high five at the very least. So, runner stranded at third. Let's send it back to WUSB Studios with Zach Wilson.
Thanks, Ken. So we return now to the studios of WUSB. Let's get you in with more updates. Another update with JMU and Drexel. The Dukes have extended their lead. They now lead 5-3 on the Dragons with 6:50 left to go in the first half. Surprising look right now in the CAA. Meanwhile, for Siena and Fairfield, their game is still going down. The Stags taking on Siena. Waiting to see what the actual score and update is. That game is, of course, on ESPN Plus. Winner takes the auto bid in the MAAC. So let's see what else we got with hockey, the NHL today. We have 2 games tonight at 7 p.m. Chicago Blackhawks hosting the Dallas Stars. And also at 8 p.m. it's the Calgary Flames hosting the Ottawa Senators. So Fairfield is actually leading now Siena 6-5. The Stags have a 12-1 record so far this year, while Siena has an 11-2 record. The game is, of course, at Rafferty Stadium in Fairfield, Connecticut. More games later today, especially in the MLB. And there is indication from Aaron Boone that Luke Voigt will return for the first time this season against the Rays on Tuesday. Back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. Top of the 4th here at Joe Nathan Field. Stony Brook leading 1-0, but runner stranded, and that seems to be a trend here this afternoon for Stony Brook through the first, well, both teams through the first 3 innings.
However, in the top of the 3rd, NJIT stranded 2 runners. They've gotten 2 solid hits off Fermin, but neither one has crossed the plate, neither a runner. And then a hit batsman and a walk.
So Fermin, first pitch delivered to Funny to hear Health God, and this one hit hard down the deep left field, and it will find the glove of Evan Fox. 1 pitch, 1 out for Herman.
Now this is something I find rather funny. When you draw 11 walks, you generally think they're not jumping on first pitches, but against Herman, they have been doing that a lot. So they're not counting on him to throw a lot of balls outside the strike zone.
First pitch taken for a strike, catching the bottom middle part of the plate by Husey.
And did I pick that or what?
Well said indeed. Husey swinging on and missed the heater, quickly falling behind 0-2. Herman, through his first 3 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit by pitched in his 13 batters faced. Only needed 38 pitches. 0-2 coming. This one swung underneath, popped out of play past the first base line. Husey grounded out on a 5-3 play. His first at bat in the second inning. Helped Highlanders get out of a jam at the top half of this inning. 0-2 coming. That one swung on and missed. Strike 3. Herman with another strikeout, his 6th of the contest.
We're only in the 4th inning.
Herman has looked very impressive, man. What's been working for him through the first 3 1/3, or 3
Strike
2/3?
1. Getting ahead of the hitters early. He's had only 1 3-ball count all day.
And we'll see our first switch here in this 7-inning game. And we'll see a lefty coming in for Bloom. So, first pitch swinging. That one hit to left field by Andrew Eloch Jr. And that will go to the glove of Fox. So, very quick inning for Brian Herman. Only needed 6 pitches to get out of the top of the 4th. So, with that, we'll send it back to the WUSB studios for the latest news happening in sports. Zach?
Thanks, Ken. So, let's get back now to the studios of WUSB again. Let's see what we got going in college baseball. Mentioned before that in Game 1 today, UMBC defeated Binghamton in 7 innings, 1-0. In the bottom of the 3rd, UMass Lowell has a 1-0 lead on Maine. In the top of the 3rd, Hartford has a 3-0 lead on UAlbany. Game 2 between UMBC and Binghamton will be in just a little while. Same thing for NJIT Stony Brook, Hartford UAlbany, and UMass Lowell Maine after they conclude Game 1. We got 2 top 25 games taking place right now. In the bottom of the 7th is Piscataway. 24th ranked Indiana has a 4-1 lead on Nebraska. Game is currently delayed in the 2nd inning between Alabama and 2nd ranked Vanderbilt due to weather. In just a little while, 13th ranked East Carolina will take on Tulane. At 1 p.m. is 23rd ranked Charlotte hosting Marshall. At 2 p.m., 20th ranked Southern Miss hosting Middle Tennessee. At 2 p.m., a big top 6 battle in the Big 12, 3rd ranked TCU hosting 6th ranked Texas. And at 2 p.m., a big top 20 battle in the SEC, 19th ranked South Carolina hosting 4th ranked Mississippi State. 2 p.m., 5th ranked Tennessee at Missouri. 2 p.m., 12th ranked Ole Miss at Texas A&M. You get more games, including a big Pac-12 battle at 4 p.m., 16th ranked Stanford hosting 9th ranked Arizona. Back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. Some news to share regarding some defensive changes. So, Andrew Eloch, the junior outfielder, will stay in the game at left field. And moving over from left to right is Kevin Bloom, the senior. Meanwhile, John Tuchillo up to the plate, the right-hander, takes the called strike down the middle by Grant Verpilat in his 4th inning of work. 47 pitches thrown so far. 44 for Herman. And Tuchillo takes another pitch down Broadway. Quickly behind, 0-2. For Verpilat, not having as great as a performance as Herman, but still closely matching up to him. 0-2 coming. And that one swung on and missed as Tuchillo went chasing for the curveball. And he nothing but dirt. That one striking out his 6th Seawolf, or rather 5th Seawolf in this contest, bringing up John LaRocca with 1 out. right, let's get it right. Four Ks for Pillette as LaRocca first pitch swing as he hits that one over short in between left and center field, and that one will fall in for a quick one-pitch hit. So LaRocca rectifying his 3-pitch strikeout, his first at-bat, with a 1-pitch single.
Both these pitchers, actually, when we talk about strike one, first of all, if you're going to get strike one on the first pitch, you might as well swing at it. And that seems to be the strategy for both teams right now, is that if these guys are just going to throw fastballs down the middle, hit them.
And quickly, Pillette over to Husey at first to keep LaRocca in check. Stan Luther up to the plate. He is batting inside, close to the plate, as close as you could get to home plate inside the batter's box. Takes the first pitch well outside. Makes Longo chase for it on the outside as they check on the runner LaRocca. We talked about how good Evan Fox is on the season, 15 of 18, but John LaRocca almost just as good, 11 of 13 on his steal attempts this season. 1-0 coming, that one upstairs, that one followed by Longo. Quick throw over to first to UC, they try to plant the tag on LaRocca, but the diving LaRocca hustles back in there under the tag. Stony Brook 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. NJIT 0 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors. Ruled error responsible for one of the runs Sewell scored, leading to a sac fly. Lutner swung on, missed on the heater there. 2-1 count. As for Pillette, really targeting the center of the strike zone mat. Lutner takes the pitch, change up, catches the bottom part of the zone for a strike. 2-2 count.
Yeah, looking for the 3-ball count that has not arrived yet. Let's see if he nibbles at 2-2.
Both pitchers doing a good job of avoiding a 3-anything count in this game. That one, change-up, Swan, hit hard. Well, that's the left. On the left side, this one trailing and trailing. That one bounced over the wall, and it's out of here. Stanton Lutner with a home run over the left field wall, sending the Stony Brook lead to 3-0.
I had some doubts about that one because what happened was Elcock was going to the wall and just watching it, tracking it, thought he had a shot at it, made his jump, but nothing doing. The fences are high here, but he was not. There was no Jeffrey Meyer hanging out over the fence to help him out either, to help the Seawolves out. That rode out of here on its own.
Yeah, not a lot of wind. It was blowing up towards center field earlier to help batters for sure, but that one just kept trailing and trailing. As first pitch to Evan Fox, taken down the middle for a strike. Now that one just kept trailing and trailing, and it literally just caught enough of the left field wall in order to get over it, over the diving glove of Kevin Bloom. This one, meanwhile, hit hard towards center field. Going to stay in the ballpark, and lining up under it is Albert Choi, the sophomore. Claps his glove on it, gets the out. 2 outs here. Seawolves up 3-0.
Now, there are 2 flag poles above the scoreboard and right. There have no flags on them. The American flag that was, of course, we faced with the national anthem is out and left, and it's blowing out there, but not very strong, as you said. She had some gusts early on, blew our papers all over the place, but it's calmed down considerably since.
Paulson taking a change up down low for a ball. Paulson struck out his first at-bat. This one high above the zone. Paulson reaches out swinging at it. He
By the way,
chops that one foul.
WUSB Stony Brook 90.1 FM, W297BM, Stony Brook at 107.3 if you're listening over the airwaves.
Thank you all for joining us. Ken Fermin alongside Matt Mankieiwch here at Joe Nathan Feud. Donnelly Field. Happy Mother's Day once again. Pitch taken well outside. Past the right batter's box for a 2-1 count. And going back to the 2-1 count, upstairs, over towards the shoulders of Paulson. 3-1 count, 2 outs.
By the way, talk about a guy who's been giving the ball a good ride today. Fox, the sac fly scored the first Seawolves run, and then a long fly ball to center.
And change up, taken, just catches the bottom part of the zone, middle of the plate. Full count now for Brett Paulson, second baseman.
Struck out his first time up, but now he's got a 3-2 count.
And this one hit hard over just in the shallow right field, and a nice running effort by Julio Marcano to get to the ball before it drops. And he catches that blooper for the pop out. And with that, the bottom of the fourth is over, but not before the Seawolves tack on a pair of runs off of the big bat of Stanley Lutner. 2-run bomb, making this a 3-0 game. Let's send it back to Zach Wilson in WSB Studios for a sports game update.
Thanks, Ken. So, we return now to the studios of WSB once more. Time to get you in with more scores and updates. At halftime, James Madison, the 2 seed in the CAA Women's Lacrosse Championship, has a 5-4 lead on the top seed Drexel Dragons. James Madison and Drexel are no doubt going to the NCAA tournament, but their seeding could be affected by the outcome of that game. Drexel, should they win, could have a higher seeding than Stony Brook, but Stony Brook can luck out with having a better seeding if Drexel loses. And we'll see what happens in the next hour. Meanwhile, Siena and Fairfield, with 8 seconds left to go, Fairfield has an 8-6 lead, and they're looking to try to extend on it with this free position opportunity upcoming, as it's not able to be done, so it looks like that's going to do it for the end of the first half right there. So the Stags, with an 8-6 lead on 2-seed Siena at halftime. No games today in men's lacrosse. There was supposed to be one today between Lehigh and Loyola for the Patriot League Championship. However, a positive COVID test came within the Greyhounds program, so Lehigh is out of the tournament. Loyola claims the automatic bid out of the Patriot League to the NCAA tournament. More games happened later yesterday that Matt was not able to say. Maryland defeats Johns Hopkins 12-10 for a Big Ten title and undefeated season. Could be the 1 seed. Back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. 1 o'clock here at Joe Nathan Field. You're listening to WSB 90.1 FM, WSB Stony Brook. Ken Fermin, Matt Mankieiwch here. Stony Brook leading with game 1 of a 2-game Sunday matinee. Brian Herman with the windup. And pitch taken by Bloom for a ball. 1-0 count on the way up stretch. Here's the pitch. That one lined foul just past the third base line. That one stayed fair. Could have easily been a double.
A little early on it, but hardest hit ball he's had so far off Herman. He struck out his first time up.
And Herman really getting at these batters a lot. Only 1 3-count surrender to a batter. That ultimately led to a walk, Matt.
Yep, that was actually, it was Putski before he was replaced in right field, so.
Herman now 1-1 coming. Change up down the dirt, swung on and missed for strike 2. Bloom now at right field as Elock moved over to left.
The Highlander name, as I said, was the original name of the New York Yankees because when the American League was founded, first of all, the franchise was in Baltimore.
1-2 on the way. And that one popped up underneath, going towards the backstop. Tuchillo trying to run back and grab it. Runs out of room as it sails behind the stands.
2 years later, the franchise was sold and moved to New York. And they played in a place called Hilltop Park, which is where Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center is now.
That's right, no, the 180s near
Yep.
Washington Heights.
Yeah, way up there. And they had to give up their ballpark in 1913, moved down to the Polo Grounds, and over, I should say, the Polo Grounds. The Polo Grounds is uptown, too.
1-2 coming to the right-handed hitter. And Bloom watches this one sail past the right part of the plate outside for a ball. 2-2 count.
And then the Yankees purchased Babe Ruth and John McGraw of the Giants got a little bit jealous of the Yankees outdrawing the Giants in their own ballpark, and
2-2 coming. That one high, just over the numbers. Check swing held by Bloom.
And
Choi
the
not too
Yankees
happy, thinking that was a strike.
were forced to leave, so Jacob Rupert, the owner, bought us parcel of land across the Harlem River and built Yankee Stadium there.
Full pitch on the way. That one swung on, hit hard over left field wall for a foul ball.
Nobody moved on it, so they knew that was way off.
So we'll do the full count pitch again. Highlanders looking for their second win of this series. Split the day cap yesterday. 3 infielders on the left side for Bloom, who watches this pitch as it falls in the dirt. And Herman surrenders his second walk of the afternoon, his second 3-pitch count as well.
The third baseman, number 16, Jared Donnelly.
As Bloom starts off the top of the 5th with a walk. That'll bring up Jared Donnelly.
He had retired 4 in a row after he had hit Marcano with a pitch. Well, the second Marcano, David Marcano. I say second because Julio bats ahead of him.
And righty and lefty here for Donnelly. Donnelly first pitch swinging. That one it hit shallow in between first and right. And that one's going to fall between for a base hit. That'll advance the runner to third. As the Highlander faithful get on their feet. Haven't had too many opportunities to cheer today. That one, though, first pitch swinging, capitalizing for the left-hander. Came into the day batting 172, gets his 12th hit of the season.
That's awesome when you have a dog barking on cue.
Yeah, amongst other fans, a dog is right here, right next to us here at the booth.
Beautiful golden retriever there, but yeah.
How about that, huh? We got a Highlander versus the Seawolves with a golden retriever in attendance. Only the American East, Matt.
But like I said, barking on cue, cheering on his team.
And quickly, your quick pause in the action as Matt Senk makes his first trip to the mound this afternoon. Fermin, no runs surrendered, but 3 hits allowed. 1 coming off the bat of Donnelly.
I saw a Seawolf red hat peer over the right field fence, and he's wondering, wait a minute, coach is out there, what's going on here? Now, of course, he comes out a second time, he's got to pull him.
Right.
But right now, at the very least, this is still his game, and I think everybody's confident as he gets back to the top of the order that he can get out of this.
Top the order for Herman to battle, starting with Albert Choi. Now Choi hit a double in his second pitch seen against Herman. His last at-bat, wasn't able to score. Struck out in his first at-bat. First pitch swinging, that one popped high. Foul territory to first base side. Hamilton shooing everyone away. He'll get under it. Makes the easy grab. 1 pitch, 1 out. Herman with a quick sigh of relief.
Huge out, but also the infield was shifted to the left side.
Yeah.
Now, Paulson will take his position again for the next batter, which of course is
Julio
Marcano. But the ball went the wrong way. Fortunately, Hamilton was there.
Marcano was the only other double hit by Highlander today. That was in the first inning. And Seawolves second place being close to the bag. Strike taken down the middle. 0-1 count. As you were saying, Matt, Paulson playing close to second base.
He was on the other side of second base for the previous batter.
Right, for Donnelly and Choi,
yeah.
there were 3 infielders towards the right side of second base. Didn't play much of a factor. This pitch taken down low, heater, and Tuchilla's getting in front of, Tuchilla's getting in front of it, just to make sure it doesn't go to the backstop. Runners in the corners here, 1 out. 1 hit for the Highlanders in this inning. 1 swing at the back can make this a tie game by Marcano. 2 for 2 in game 1 yesterday. That hit, one of those hits was, or that was his brother who got the home run, but Julio was the one that got on base as he takes a changeup outside, 2-1 count. Julio leading the Highlanders with a .339 batting average, 42 hits on the season. And that one retied just over the leaping glove of the third baseman, Evan Giordano, in fair territory. That'll drive home a run. That'll move up the runners. Going from first to third is Choi. Going to second is Julio Marcano. And just like that, the Highlanders showing life, get a run on the board, and cut the deficit from 3 to 2.
So they get the first run of the day so far, but danger still there as runners are on second and third with still only one out for David Marcano.
As the Fermin surrendering a double to the Highlanders' best hitter overall in Julio Marcano. But David Marcano was the one who was a difference maker yesterday with the 2-run shot in game 1.
Middle infielders are pulled back.
And first pitch swinging that one high over first base side wall. Foul ball. Had that one landed fair, there was no one in the shallow right field to get to it. Would have easily drove home both runners.
Well, he was way late on that one, so that was, nobody even flinched on it.
0-1 here as Fermin finds himself in the first real scoring threat. Already surrendering a run here in the top of the 5th. 3-1 lead for the Seawolves. Home plate umpire calls time. Just to reset the scene here, 1 out. Top of the 5th, 3-1 Seawolves lead. Runner on second and third. It looks like they're going to surrender a run to get the out. No infielder playing on the grass. And that one hits softly, and that one will fall in front of the right fielder for a base hit. And here comes the throw, cut off by Hamilton, but throw not even going to attempt it. 2 runners score off the shallow hit by the Marcano, and just like that, the Highlanders have tied up this game at 3.
Can't write them off, that's for sure. And third time through the order is where it got a little tricky for Fermin here because he walked the first batter, gave up a single, got a foul pop-up, and now a double and a single. He's given up 3 hits so far in this inning, and everybody is getting to him. And the thing about it is you throw fastballs all day. Fastball hitters hit fastballs. Yes, I know it's obvious, but you get the point.
And quick throw over to first to Hamilton. Not going to apply a tag on Marcano. Gets back safely. Tie game here as the Highlanders post a 3-5-2 line. Seawolves 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors. And up to bat is the catcher Longo. Longo flew out his first time, or struck out his first time looking, and flew out last time.
But what's most important is that David Marcano and Julio Marcano with big hits, both of them able to drop them where nobody was.
Oh, coming, change up, well below the knees for a ball. And Matt Fermin, who was beating these batters early in the count, now falling behind in the last couple of at-bats.
Well, where's strike one? That's the big question because he was getting ahead of guys. And yes, some were jumping on first pitches, but they were resulting in outs. But now he's getting behind on a couple of people, and now he's...
Runner goes, 1-0 count coming to Chillo with the throw, and will bounce to the glove of Paulson, who was too late to apply the tag. And just like that, David Marcano advances to second base, runner in scoring position in this tie ball game.
No chance. David Marcano had too big a jump, and he was already safe before the throw got there.
Not much of a stealing threat. 4 or 5 entering today, so he is successful on that one. Gets his 5th of the season. 1-1 taken, just catches the outside part of the zone, and Fermin finally ahead of a batter, 1-2.
Needs to strike out here.
Action obviously in the bullpen. Can't see who's warming up for the Seawolves, but the silhouettes are dancing, and that only means one thing. Someone's going to be ready to come in. 1-2 on the way. That one taken just outside of the plate. 2-2 count. For Longo, 15 runs batted in entering today. 5 home runs, 7 doubles for 12 extra base hits. resulting in 12 of 22, responsible for 12 of his 22 hits of the season. 0 for 2 today, trying to change that. Sorry, 0 for 3 today, trying to change that. Two on the way, righty to righty. Runner takes third, and that one swung on and chopped towards the backstop.
Another big jump. No chance for if.
Yeah, that been a strike or a ball. Yeah.
If he had not made contact.
And Seawolves defense in their usual defensive shift.
But you know what they say. You steal on the pitcher, not necessarily the catcher. And Hermin is dealing with the guy in front of him. Doesn't really care about the runners right now.
Hermin, quick look back. Marcano not stealing this time. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Hermin clapping his glove, shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout is Luke Longo. He knows he had a big opportunity that was just squandered.
And got struck out for the second time today, too. But you can't be happy about that third time through the order. So that was a big, like I said, big strikeout. But also, Hermin paying attention to the guy in front of him. We've seen instances many times when a pitcher would get too distracted about the runner behind him and not come to the plate.
So the right-handing Helfgott, first pitch, runner going, and Tuchillo not even going to attempt to throw to third, just shaking his head.
Too big a jump.
And a big jump. Evan Giordano not there to cover for him, as again, defense infield is playing back towards the grass.
Because all Hermin cares about, get the guy in front of you out. Who cares about the runner?
Also important to note, a lot of the Highlanders' hits have been in shallow outfield, so putting those infielders back could get him there. This one hit and chopped behind the batter. 0-2 count. Hermin only needs one more strike to get out of surrendering further runs. Helfgott, 0-2 on the contest, flew out to center and left field in his prior at-bats. Right-hander hugging home plate, crouching more than usual, your average batter. Late on the swing, is able to get just enough to push it over the backstop, out of play. So they'll restart, or they'll do it again at 0-2.
Now he shakes off a couple of signals from his catcher, Tuchillo. Hermin does.
Gotta wonder if he wants to go heater here. Getting ready now in the stretch. And wind up, here comes the pitch. No, it's change up, and this one hit hard towards left field to Fox. Fox right under it. He will make the catch and retire
Third fly ball
side.
for Helfgott, by the way.
That's right, back to left field. And with that, the inning is over, but not before the Highlanders respond with 3 runs earned in the inning. Game all tied up at 3 as the Seawolves come to bat in the bottom half of the 5th. Zach, take it away.
All right, Ken, take it away, I shall. Let's get back here into the studios of WUSB for more scores to talk about. James Madison in the second half still has the lead. They're up 7-5 on Drexel. 5 minutes gone by in the second half. Meanwhile, the second half returns to Fairfield. The Stags leading Siena 8-7, just 1 minute into the second half. Meanwhile, the Yankees and the Mets are officially underway. At the top of the first, Domingo Germán able to get out of trouble after he allowed a base hit, but then forcing a flyout on Josh Harrison. Then a double play on Juan Soto. Is able to keep it scoreless heading to the bottom of the first. Jacob deGrom does the same thing, a 1-2-3 inning for him, forcing a flyout on Josh Rojas and Pavin Smith, while striking out Josh Van Meter as it's still scoreless heading to the bottom of the first. Meanwhile, between the Boston Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles is scoreless in the bottom of the first with 2 out. The Milwaukee Brewers and the Miami Marlins enter the bottom of the first as well. There is 1 out after Miguel Rojas is struck out by Brett Anderson. At 2 p.m., the Houston Astros hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. Kansas City Royals taking on Chicago. At 2:15, the Cardinals hosting Colorado. And at 2:20, the Cubs will host the Pirates. Back to JNF.
Thank you, Zach. Back here at Joe Nathan Field, and we saw how Hermin was dealt with facing the lineup a 3rd time through the order. Surrendered 3 runs and had his most pitches thrown in individual inning at 26. Now it's for Pillet's turn. Starting off with Cole Durkin. Who this will be the last time he faces the order a second time around before Giordano starts off the lineup again.
Opens up with strike one on a breaking pitch, though, so.
And another breaking pitch, that one outside the strike zone. Gets Durkin chasing for it. Swung and missed. Strike
This
two.
is Durkin's second time up. He grounded back to the pitcher his first time, but once you get back to the top of the order with Giordano, this is going to be a third time through the order for Verpilata as well.
0-2 on the way. Curve well outside the plate. Well, inside the left batter's box.
And third time through the order is always difficult for any starter.
And Verpilata again looking for his first win of the season, coming in 0-5. Starter. 1-2 to Durkin. Swung on and missed. Strike three. As Verpilata gets a strikeout before arguably his biggest challenge.
Nothing but breaking balls.
The third baseman number 12, Evan Giordano.
Fifth strikeout, for Verpilata today. So we go back to the top of the lineup. Giordano was the first victim of the strikeout list. Caught looking at his first at bat. Then got on base the second time off of the E9, but that didn't have any effect on the game as Verpilata got out unscathed in the third.
Well, you got a big difference here between your number 9 hitter and your number 1 hitter, so he throws a ball in the dirt. He's not going to try to sneak a few breaking balls past Giordano.
1-0 count for Giordano. Following the low pitch. Wind up coming to that fastball well high over the heads of everyone.
He got him looking the first time up. The second time, Giordano hit a ball opposite field all the way to the wall, which, of course, as we know, was misplayed by the starting right fielder Putsky, and that resulted in a 3-base error.
2-0 coming, change up. Catches the right part of the zone for a strike. 2-1 count.
It takes away from the fact that was a pretty hard hit ball.
Giordano, the Seawolves' best hitter, entering today. 356, 47 hits, 568 slugging percentage. Fastball just inside, just misses the plate. 3-1 count, a hitter's count for Giordano. And Matt, the patience Giordano has shown in this at-bat.
Leadoff hitter is supposed to.
3-1 coming. Takes the changeup inside. And full count now for Giordano. It's a 3-1 third time through the order. You think he should have swung on that?
Yeah, actually. That was right down the middle.
Just middle part of the zone, inside part of the plate. Full count on the way. Wind up and the pitch. That one grounded, shot past foul line on the left side for a foul ball. Third base coach will just send that one back. Used later. Giordano also leading the team in walks with 23. 3 hit by pitches. Also 23 strikeouts entering today. Make it 24 after his first at bat. Another grounder. This one chopped towards third base side. One picked up, throw over to first, and with the put out is QC off the throw by Donnelly.
You want to know something? I'm looking at my scorecard here, and you expect a guy like Verpilata, with the type of pitches he throws, to get a lot of ground balls, right?
Yeah.
Not really. He got a 4.63 double play to end the first inning. He got Hamilton, who of course is batting now, to ground out, and that's it. No, he got Durkin to ground back to himself.
First pitch to Hamilton, well inside, almost touching the lettering of the Seawolves jersey on Hamilton. 1-0 count. That's absolutely great point, Matt. There have been definitely more pop-ups and shallow hit balls than there are ground balls by the Seawolves. 1-0 on the way for the off-speed pitcher. That one fouled to the backstop. 1-1 count. Hamilton singled to his first at-bat, but was stranded at first. Grounded out to a 4-3 play at his second at-bat. All-speed pitch. Looks like just inside. Towards the left-hander, Chris Hamilton. 2-1 count.
Problem is, with a lot of these pitches, they all look like they're out of the strike zone.
80th pitch on the way for Verpillat. Off speed again. Down in the dirt. Hamilton shakes his head and shakes off the pitch. 3-1 count for the slugger. .553 slugging percentage on the season. 39% on base percentage. Takes another one in the dirt for ball 4. That one went outside and low. So that'll bring up Shane Paradine as Hamilton is awarded a free base.
First walk of the day. Can you believe that?
And with that, it's going to bring out the manager for New Jersey Institute of Technology. And we'll see a quick visit on the mound. And with that, we'll see our first pitching substitution of the day. And with that, Verpillat's afternoon is done.
Interesting that they have him on the short leash, but, you know, once again, third time through the order. And, you know, all you have to do is look at the top half of the inning and see what happened to Stony Brook starter Brian Herman. He got beat up pretty good.
And Robbie McClellan opting to go with a reliever here in Game 1 of our Sunday matinee doubleheader of baseball action here at Joe Nathan Field. And with Verpillat, we'll get the final numbers for you right now. 20 batters faced. 1 batter struck out looking. It's 81 pitches. 4 fly balls, 4 ground outs. So again, equal number of fly outs and ground outs. And in 4 2/3 inning of work, he surrendered 3 runs, 2 of those earned, for a 3.0 ERA, 4 hits, 1 walk, 5 Ks. So into pitch for the Highlanders is Jake Rappaport. And Rappaport, a senior left-hander. So you'll get a left-hander going up against the right-handed hitters of Paradigm. Should the inning continue, John Tuchillo, the lefty, and John LaRocca, and the righties and Lutner, Fox, and Paulson.
Actually, what I'm going to try to do is get you some numbers on Rappaport. Okay. He's won 5 games. He started 7, 1.62 ERA, and he's 30 and 1/3 innings. 8 runs, 7 of them earned, and your strikeout to walk 21/7, which is a 3-to-1 ratio, which is pretty good.
And for Rappaport, I think the big thing as well, besides the numbers, is the saves column. He is the team's closer and one of the conference's best among the top pitchers in saves this season with 7.
But also has 5 wins, which is very interesting.
Yeah, often a late inning
course,
reliever.
No decision right now for Verpillat, although the 1 runner on base is his responsibility.
And with that, it'll bring up Shane Paradine to the plate.
And here we have another lefty, too.
Yeah, lefty pitcher against righty batter. Paradine 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Grounded out and popped up his prior at-bats. Takes the first pitch off speed, down in the dirt. Middle of the plate. Or rather, middle part of the plate. Below the strike zone for a ball.
Want to talk about the short leash. Walk a guy and...
Another pitch inside, down and low. Quickly Paradine ahead 0-2, or 2-0.
Between games on Friday, I played an excerpt from October 2nd, 1949, Yankees-Red Sox.
Yep.
And
Rappaport taking a look at first base. Pitch coming. That one swung hard to the shortstop. Going to be an easy ground out there. And throws it over to Marcano. So one brother to another. Gets the out. And gets NJIT out of the 5th. So no runs scored for the Seawolves.
Before we go to Zach very quickly, Vic Rashi's pitching the 9th inning against the Red Sox, and this is for the pennant. Okay, he walks Ted Williams and gives up a couple of runs and finishes the game. I mean, a modern pitcher, first of all, he gets to the 9th inning and all. He gets pulled after walking Ted Williams. But there you go.
It is absolutely incredible. With that, we still see Herman on the mound. Let's send it back to Zach for the next 30 seconds for a quick sports break update.
All right, so let's do this quickly then. Drexel has a goal, but James Madison still leads 9-7 in the CAA Women's Lacrosse Championship. Should Drexel lose, Stony Brook, who won their Mankieiwch Championship game yesterday against UAlbany 16-9, could have a higher seeding than they would anticipate. Their highest seeding ever in the tournament was a 5, did not allow them to win the quarterfinals against Boston College, who was a 4 seed at that time. Meanwhile, Siena and Fairfield, the Stags have an 8-7 lead still, just over 10 minutes gone by in the second half. Meanwhile, scoreless still for the Yankees, Nationals, and the Mets and the Diamondbacks. Jacob deGrom once again gets through another 1-2-3 inning. We're in the top of the second right now in Yankee Stadium and about to head to the bottom of the second at Citi Field. So, let's go back to Joe Nathan Field.
Thank you, Zach. Top of the sixth here in a 3-all ball game between the Highlanders and the Seawolves. Brian Herman still on the mound. Remember, 6 inning of work for Pilat, done after 4 2/3. Still, his first win of the season still eludes him as he is awarded a no decision. Jake Rappaport checking in. Now with Matt, again, third time through the lineup, especially for Herman, struggled at last inning. What's going to be the key for Herman to get out of this one unscathed?
Strike one again. He did get behind some hitters. That was a big problem for him.
And we'll see first pitch. Gets ahead of the batter in Husey.
0 for 2 on the day. Grounded to short and struck out. So he's going to the bottom of the order here, so he should be able to get through it.
Wind up and the pitch for Herman. That one catches the outside part of the plate. Middle of the zone, right part of home plate. 0-2 count. Husey struck out last at bat swinging. Grounded out to third his first time. And another chopper past the left foul line. Foul ball.
But so far, so good, getting ahead of his first hitter.
0-2 on the way. Wind up pitch, changeup. Got him looking. Strike 3. Just catching the outside part of the plate.
So he got him twice. Now, Elcock came in to fill in right field after Putski made that error. He got maybe banged into the wall. We don't have anything official on that, but.
And with that, the lefty in the plate watches it change up. Outside, takes it for a ball.
Does have an at-bat against Herman. He flied to left. But he's a left-hander, so he went up on in that case.
And watches another pitch take just outside of the plate. 2-0 count to the lefty. Both pitches just missing, closer towards the right-handed batter's box. And Pussy's left. Again, another pitch outside. That one the heater. Not fooled. Is Putski ahead of Herman, 3-0.
Elcock.
Sorry, Elcock, thank you.
No, but here's the thing. He gets ahead 0-2 on us, and now Elcock, he's behind 3-0.
Elcock watches pitch down Broadway for the strike.
Now, again, it's righty to lefty here, but still.
(3-1) on the way. Wind up pitch. That one well inside. Elcock dodging out the way of getting hit by the pitch. He will take his free base. 1 on, 1 out here, just over 1:30. Beautiful Joe Nathan Field. Ken Fermin and Matt Mankieiwch on the call. Game 1 of a beautiful Sunday matinee contest between Stony Brook Seawolves and NJIT Highlanders.
Catches a guy looking and walks the next guy in 5 pitches.
And if you're a manager, you know Coach Matt Sink's style well. What is the leash on Herman?
Well, that clearly wasn't it.
And throw over to first. Alcock.
But I see guys watching over the fence now. That also tells me that I did see a ball go back and forth, so there is some activity there.
Remember, Sink visited the mound last inning, not to pull Herman. That burned them with 3 runs surrendered as Bloom takes first pitch upstairs for a ball.
Remember, this is day 2 and game 3, so your options in the bullpen are limited by that virtue alone.
7-inning game instead of the
Used a
usual
couple of
9.
guys yesterday,
Throw over back to first. Wilcock back safely.
but you have a 9-inning game coming up. And then you can rest for the whole week.
And yesterday in game 1, Jared Milch pitched the entire game in what was a 2-0 loss.
So that was a good break for the Seawolves.
1-0 coming. That one just catches the top part of the plate for a strike.
But they did use 2 guys in game 2, did
Correct.
they not?
Correct.
Yes.
3 pitchers: Mark Alday, Adam Erickson, and Eric Foster, combining for 3 innings of work. In yesterday's game 2, 11-3 victory after DeGennaro pitched 3 innings of 1-run ball.
I think you like to...
1-1 upstairs over the letters. 2-1 count for the pitch inside.
I think you'd like to see Herman eat up at least one more inning.
We're at the top of the 6th now, so if he does make it to the 7th, he will need the Seawolves to score either at the bottom half of this or next inning to avoid extras.
Well, the other things we're tied. Yes, we are tied at 3. That also influences how you use your bullpen.
2-1 inside. Just catches the left part of the zone. And a 2-2 count taken by Bloom, who has not swung at any pitch. That's that bad. Calls for time as he checks his swing and gets in his batter's stance. Took a walk last time out, struck out his first at bat. 2-2 coming, just low. Tuchillo trying to frame it, that it caught the right part of the plate. Home plate umpire not fooled by the frame. Bloom calling time. Perhaps playing mind games with Herman.
See if he can work another walk. He has one to his credit so far.
Full count pitch coming. Here's the windup and the pitch. This one swung on underneath the pitch. Sailed over the backstop. Full count, they'll do it again.
But note the difference in approach as you get through the lineup a couple of times. These guys, first couple of times through the lineup, they were jumping on the first pitch, and now they're working it.
Herman entering the inning with 70 pitches thrown, well over the 80-pitch mark already. Runner going, 3-2, swung on, missed, strike 3. Throw the second, not in time as it bounces off the runner and sails into shallow left field. That'll advance Elock to third. Off the errant throw by Tuchillo.
Now, who do you give the error to? Is the error on the throw? Is the error on
honestly,
Paulson?
I think it has to be on
second.
Currently, it's an E2 on Tuchillo. Yes, the throw was low, but it was something easily catchable for Paulson. He just needed to get in front of Elock. Elock had him beat regardless, but it bounced off Elock's shoulder into shallow left field, and that advances Elock 90 feet away from home.
But fortunately, there are 2 outs for Donnelly here, who struck out and singled. Scored one of the runs in the top of the 5th. But here is the hook.
Yeah, one pitch taken outside for a ball, and that's enough for Herman. Sink realizing there's a runner 90 feet, not even going to try to test Herman with another batter.
He got off to a good start, getting hussy looking, but then he walked Selcock and was also able to strike out Blum. But the thing here is that he is facing, like I said, the number 9 hitter, and he's been nibbling. And now he needs somebody to get one out and put the Seawolves in position to possibly steal this game in the bottom of the 6th.
Quite frankly, there may not be a better pitcher to call in this scenario than Kyle Johnson. Kyle Johnson checking into the game, seeing his first inning of action this series.
But there's your man, because this is where you bring out, well, with the game tied, like I said, you got another 9-inning game coming up. But an opportunity to lock down home field in a situation like this and counting on your hitters to carry you through, and you hear the pop in that glove. That's what Kyle Johnson does best, burns it in.
That's Kyle Johnson. Taking a look at his numbers. Well, first let's take a look at Brian Herman, see how he performed this afternoon. For the moment, the runner on third is his responsibility. So if that runner comes home, if Elock scores and the Seawolves don't score this game, Herman is credited with the loss. 84 pitches for Brian, 5 2/3 innings of work, 3 runs, all earned, 3.71 ERA, 3 walks, 5 hits surrendered, a hit by pitch, 3 doubles given up in 26 at-bats, but 9 strikeouts, including 3 called looking. Now here for Kyle Johnson, and you want to talk about numbers. No better guy in a late inning scenario for the Stony Brook to bring in than Kyle Johnson. Second best ERA behind Sam Turcotte at 291. Kyle Johnson with 10 appearances this season, the second most for any pitcher, tied with the starters and behind Nick DeGennaro. Johnson, 4 saves on the season in 22 innings of work, 12 hits surrendered, 7 runs all earned, 13 walks, but 23 strikeouts, and a batting average of .154.
Yep, and that is the reason why you bring him in this situation. Put the fire out.
And, you know, with the transition of Nick DeGennaro...
But that's interesting, too, because closers are often brought in these days to start innings. This guy's doing it Goose Gossage, Sparky Lyle style with a runner on third and 2 out. Contact not fielded by somebody will bring a guy in.
The right-handed Johnson with the flame fastball, catching the left part of the zone for a strike. Johnson not wasting any time or any of his pitches against the left-handed third baseman in Donnelly. And for Johnson again, taking over that quote-unquote closer role from Nick DeGennaro, transition to a starter.
But here's the funny thing.
Another strike, that one on the outside part of the plate. Johnson ahead, 1-2.
One of the reasons that had to be done is because we play these 4-game series this year.
That's right.
Normally you'd play 3. So DeGennaro probably would be a closer in that scenario, but you need a 4th guy.
1-2 on the way. Runner at third. That one, fastball taken outside to DeChillo, to just staring down Elock, forcing Elock back to third base. Johnson
try here
on the mound, all heaters through the first 3 pitches, and my estimates had to be around 90. Wind up pitch just misses the outside part of the plate for a full count. Donnelly not swinging since Johnson has entered, has seen Johnson deliver his best stuff. This the most important pitch of the afternoon up to this point. Full count, runner on third. 3-3 game. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Taken outside. Strike 3. Kyle Johnson gets the strikeout. Gets Donnelly looking. Donnelly livid. Flips his bat out. Arguing with the umpire. Has to be escorted back by one of the coaches. Kyle Johnson.
I hate to say this.
Stony Brook in.
He's got a case.
Well, it was interesting, those last 2 pitches in particular, seeing the third ball outside, which was closer to home plate than the strike that was called on the eventual strikeout. Gotta wonder if that was perhaps a makeup call or a lack of consistency by the home plate umpire. Anyway, send it back to the studio for a quick 30-second update for Zach Wilson at WUSB Studios. Zach?
Okay, thanks, Ken. So, now we return to the studios of WUSB for more updates. Yankees and the Mets still scoreless in their respective games. Bottom of the second at Yankee Stadium, top of the third at Citi Field. Meanwhile, Drexel's starting to close in. 13:54 left to go. James Madison has a slight 9-8 lead on the Dragons. Winner takes the CAA auto bid into the NCAA tournament. And the Dragons' win could give them a chance to usurp Stony Brook for a national seed. Stony Brook may want to hope that they get enough of a high seed as they possibly can. They want to see the Dragons get upset. Meanwhile, in the MAAC Women's Lacrosse Championship, with 13:21 left to go in the second half, Siena, forcing a green card on Fairfield, is a minute up. Will be a player up for the next minute, but are trailing to Fairfield 10-7. Meanwhile, in college baseball, in the America East, Game 1 between UMBC and Binghamton went final a little while ago. The Retrievers won 1-0. In the top of the 8th, UMass Lowell up 1-0 over Maine. In the bottom of the 5th, UAlbany's creeping in. They only trail Hartford 5-4. Let's send it back to Joe Nathan Field.
Thank you, Zach. Perhaps a bit quicker next time, as the Seawolves quickly came up to the plate, and one pitch, John Tuchillo grounds out to third base. One pitch, 1 out for the Seawolves.
Rappaport's still pitching.
Rappaport, the left-hander rather, on the mound. His 5th pitch of the afternoon. Only needed 3 to take care of the Seawolves' prior inning. And pitch 2, John LaRocca, is fouled to the Stony Brook dugout, and Rappaport quickly ahead of LaRocca, 0-2. LaRocca singled his last time up, came around to score on the Stan Lutner 2-run home run. Struck out his first at-bat against Verpillet.
Verpillet's numbers have taken a little bit of a nosedive here. His ERA going in was 6.27.
Pitch thrown in the dirt, fastball, 2-2 count.
That went down a bit with innings. Gave up 3 runs in his 4 2/3.
One of the better outings for Verpillet this season. You know, watching him, he really struggled at the start of the season, but it's really improved throughout it. 2-2 coming. That one reached out by LaRocca as he hits that one opposite field to the left fielder. And Marcano there the left fielder there to properly put that one away. 2 outs now for the Seawolves.
But most importantly here, Rappaport has retired 3 in a row.
And that was Bloom with the put out.
But now you got Luthner, who's homered already. And reached on error, which I thought should have been called a single. But
2 outs here, and Stan Lutner, who was the difference maker earlier in the game. First pitch swinging, and he rips that one hard in between left center field. Center fielder going to get under it, and Choi does just in front of the wall. And a very quick 1-2-3 for Rappaport, as at the end of 6, Seawolves are down in order.
gave it a ride, but the wrong part of the ballpark, the gap in left center field. The home run, of course, was a bit further to the left.
We'll send it back to Zach Wilson in the studio. Top the 7th, game tied at 3.
Well, it looks like that's where things starting to go down hard. Not to mention what's going on hard in the CAA. Drexel, after they were down 9-6 with 21 minutes to go in the second half, has gone 3 straight goals to tie the game up at 9 with just 11:38 left to go. However, James Madison is in possession of the ball. Meanwhile, still scoreless between the Yankees and Mets in their respective games, believe it or not. We have the only women's lacrosse games going on. No men's lacrosse today due to the Patriot League Championship being canceled because Loyola had a positive COVID-19 test in their program. With that, Loyola is out of the tournament, and Lehigh will take the AQ into the NCAA tournament. Meanwhile, we got other games going on in baseball today. Meanwhile, at the top of the third, between the Red Sox and the Orioles, all tied up at 1. Bottom of the second with 2 men on and 2 out, Miami and Milwaukee are still scoreless. More games later today, the Dodgers taking on the Angels again after the Dodgers had an early 13-0 lead last night, nearly squandered, but the Dodgers held on. At 4:07, Tampa Bay taking on the Oakland A's. 7:08 on ESPN tonight, you got the Atlanta Braves hosting the Philadelphia Phillies. Philadelphia wants a better Sunday night baseball game than the one last week. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
Thank you, Zach. Back here at Joe Nathan Field, top of the 7th of Stony Brook's regular season finale home series, game 1 of 2. As first pitch swinging, that one hit hard, left center field, and then making a running, diving stop is John LaRocca. 1 pitch, 1 out. Wow!
Going into the gap again, but he's covered a lot of ground there out in center field. That's why he's there. He's made a few great catches there. Kind of reminds you of Travis Jankowski way back in the day. He did a lot of the same, which is why he ended up on a team like the San Diego Padres. We're tied at 3 here in the top of the 7th.
And that was Albert Choi with the fly out to center. Could have easily been a double had John LaRocca not caught up to that one. Got to the ball first and then made a great diving effort to keep it in his glove. Usually you see it the other way. Either way.
I've seen him make catches on the run. He's
grounder, that one past third baseman to Lutner short. And just gonna throw over to Hamilton as Julio Marcano is able to beat out the throw easily with an infield single.
That's a hit.
Yes.
Slow roller into deep short and no chance. I mean, he had no chance when he got to the ball.
Yeah, Giordano trying to dive to third and just missed the ball. So that brings up the other Marcano brother, David. And it seems a bit reminiscent of yesterday in a tie ball game and a runner on
first.
first.
I'll say this, Julio Marcano's 3rd hit of the game.
Yeah, he has been on fire today. David, the difference maker last game, as he takes a change up outside. Past the strike zone, 1-0 count. David, the difference maker, hitting the 2-run home run in the scoreless game in Game 1 yesterday. It was all the Highlanders needed in the 2-0 shutout win. 3-3 game here, and Kyle Johnson on the mound. First pitch chopped to short, and we're going to turn over to second for one, trying to get it to first. Not in time, so they'll get the fielder's choice at second. 2 outs now here at the top of 7th.
Yep. David Marcano a little bit too fast to for a slow bouncer to register a double play here.
Yeah, Lupner to Paulson. Paulson with the turnaround, not in time to Hamilton. Regardless, Kyle Johnson now facing another righty. This time in Luke Longo, the catcher. And from one catcher to another, John Tichillo has to get on his knees and butterfly to get in front of the ball and prevent it going to the backstop.
Longo's 0 for 3, struck out twice and fly to right.
Yeah, he has not been having a great weekend. What do you think's been the problem with Longo in particular, having a cold weekend?
Well, he runs into a fastball. He could be very dangerous.
Instead of a changeup, that one fouled past the left field line.
But let's see if he gets one, because they've been able to handle him so far. But, of course, this is his first time facing Johnson. The first 3 bats, of course, were against
You make
Fermin.
an interesting point, because the pitches that have been strikes that Longo has faced have all been off-speed pitches. One coming. That one a heater outside. Just under it is Longo. That one sailing out of play. 1-2 count.
David Marcano was going to go, but he hesitated on it. Seems that the scout on the Seawolves is you can run on them all day long, and that's exactly what NJIT's been doing.
Johnson not even looking over to first. Wind-up pitch. Runner doesn't go. Strike 3. Johnson again. So another inning-ending strikeout off the off-speed pitch. And the reliever now with another strikeout as the Seawolves enter the bottom half of the 7th, looking to put this one away with 1 run. We'll send it back to Zach in the studio for a quick game update.
Thanks, Ken. I've really acknowledged how great a reliever Kyle Johnson has been this year, and let's see if it can help Stony Brook finish the deal in the bottom of the 7th. Meanwhile, the Mets have a runner on second and third with 1 out after it started off with Jacob deGrom getting McCann getting a single, and then deGrom getting the single that allowed McCann to advance to third on an error. Even though McNeil did ground out, it did not lead to a double play. Meanwhile, bottom of the 3rd right now at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees and the Nationals are still scoreless between each other. Brett Gardner's first one at bat to begin the bottom of the 3rd. Meanwhile, still tied up at 9 between Drexel and James Madison with just 8:38 left to go in the second half of the CAA Women's Lacrosse Championship. Game really rattling up. Both teams are expected to make it to the NCAA tournament. But James Madison looking for that 4-peat, while Drexel looking for their first ever. Meanwhile, Siena and Fairfield still in action too. The Stags have an 11-7 lead with 7 minutes left to go in the second half on Siena. Meanwhile, in the America East, Hartford still leads UAlbany 5-4 in the top of the 6th. Game went foul between the Riverhawks and the Black Bears. UMass Lowell wins 1-0. In the top of the 6th right now in Game 2 between UMBC and Binghamton, the Bearcats, same score as they did to win Game 1. They're up 1-0 in the top of the 6th. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
Thank you, Zach. Bottom of the 7th here as Jake Rappaport, the senior left-handed pitcher, on for his 3rd inning of work. Facing Evan Fox, delivers the heater down the middle for strike 1.
Fox has an RBI on the day on a sac fly, but also fly to center.
He's hit the ball hard well, as he does here, of a hard hit to shallow center field. That one will fall in front of Albert Choi, and just like that, the Seawolves with a leadoff runner.
Jumped on a high fastball and was able to poke it right through the middle on the line drive. So Seawolves are threatening right now. They got the leadoff runner on.
First base runner surrounded by Jake Rappaport. Seawolves went down in quick order the last
4 in a row he retired.
inning and a third. Only 10 pitches needed. On his 12th, delivers a hit. And immediately, Paulson is claiming he got hit as he went down for the bunt attempt. He's saying the ball hit his hand as he takes first base. Umpire's not sure about it. The home plate umpire is going to convene with the second base runner. Paulson was already down the line, almost touching first base. 3 infield umpires are going to convene. Pitch was high and inside by Rappaport. It was a heater. Paulson pulled his ball back. It's a ball regardless. We know that. Question is if it hit Paulson. Matt Sank now outside the dugout. Paulson in front.
Well, from the dugout, I don't know what the angle. Well, the angle here is very hard to tell.
Yeah, that pitch went by so fast. It was really hard to tell. And the umpires are going to rule that no, it did not hit Paulson.
Here we go again. 2012 Super Regional Max Tissenbaum. Anybody remember that? Got called back on a ball and then comes up with a big RBI single. So
Matt Sank unpleased with the call, trying to plead his case. Umpires not really hearing it. Sank returning to the dugout as the umpires convene again in between home and first base.
Yep,
that will send Fox. They'll send Fox back to first. Actually, they will award him second because no timeout was called, so they're going to rule that was a steal. How about that, Matt? How often do you see that? And now
he's going back and forth. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Go second.
Now the NJIT manager, Robbie McLaughlin, not happy, trying to find a reason for the call. For the record, the umpires did rule Evan Fox was allowed to stay at second base. So just to reset the scene, Fox singles, gets on base to start off the inning. Brett Paulson tries to lay down a bunt, pulls back at the last second. He claims the ball hits him as Rappaport's heater was high and inside. So he's going to first base. Fox, on instinct, goes to second. The rest of the Highlanders just watch on as they're confused by what's going on. Fox takes second base before time is called and before the umpires reconvene. And with that, for now, the ruling is Fox is allowed to stay at second, and they'll count that as a steal. As
I'm not putting it down on my book until I'm absolutely sure what happened here. Because in this case, when a call is disputed, who's supposed to call? The umpire, the ultimate authority to call time rests with the umpire, but it has to be requested. If nobody requested it,
there was no one requesting time until after Fox was at second. So Robbie McLeland pleading his case, trying to understand it. I'm sure that's what the umpires are telling him. He's obviously displeased, but yes, for the moment, and yes, officially, Fox will stay at second on the uncontested steal.
And everybody on the field is saying, what? And even the Stony Brook players are saying, we'll take it.
It is the weirdest compromise I think I've ever seen in baseball, where the batter is not awarded first base, but the runner is awarded second.
You have to wonder if somebody got a mulligan here. But in any case,
so now that
anytime a guy claims he gets hit by a pitch and gets called back, I will bring back that great at bat by Max Tissenbaum.
So
going back to the plate and coming up with a big hit. And now the scene is set to do the exact same thing here for Paulson.
Infield playing in first and third inside the hedges. Second and short playing close to second base. Rappaport, his first sign of trouble.
Yeah, I said Max Tissenbaum's name loud so the coach saying could hear me. He remembers.
Paulson showing bunt, pulls back again as he takes. All right, so now the first pitch was ruled a strike, I believe, as he takes ball one. Not sure when they called the first pitch a strike, but we'll go with it. 1-1 count for Paulson showing bunt, lays down the bunt that is in front of the catcher, unable to chase Paulson though, so he has to apply to throw to first as he failed applying the tag on Paulson.
Score that sacrifice 2-3.
Yeah, and the sack 2-3 moves Fox 90 feet from home.
Now, with only one out, we've seen this before. Like you said, everybody in this lineup can bunt, and squeeze play, maybe. They've done it before.
Yeah,
they've done it before this year
they've
on
won-
the air here.
They've won games before utilizing the squeeze. They've lost games as well against teams like Fordham who utilize the squeeze on them.
Yeah.
Into left field, number 7, Paul Franzoni.
Okay, so they made a defensive change here.
One change for sure is we will
Paul
see.
Franzoni is now the left fielder for NJIT.
All right, so that means that I believe Elok's afternoon is done. Elok, who came in for Putski in game 1.
Yeah, that will likely be his spot batting 7th. So Franzoni is listed as a catcher. Now, of course, we have a conference at the mound here, and
For certain talking strategy, obviously it's don't surrender the run. By our math, Stony Brook only needs one more win to secure a home berth in the Mankieiwch playoffs. NJIT is in their division. So for NJIT to have a shot, they need to win out while the Seawolves lose out.
so while the Seawolves celebrated their seniors yesterday, we could be back here for the Mankieiwch tournament in a couple of weeks. Remember, they still got 2 more series on the road.
And one more game after this.
Yes.
So you're looking at 5 or 6 more games to go. So far, taking a look in. Yes, right. As you said, Franzoni listed as a catcher, playing left field. Infield is in, obviously. All 4 infielders on the grass. Fox, 6 paces from third base. Lefty against lefty.
Just poke a line drive to the right side.
First pitch taken well inside. Almost nipping the leg of Cole Durkin.
Not squaring up.
No, he's looking for full swing, trying to find a hole somewhere in the infield. 0 for 2 on the afternoon. 1-0 coming. Swung on and chops this one. Bounces off home plate to the catcher. Foul ball, though. Off-speed pitch that time. Beat Durkin. Durkin laid on the swing.
We're tied at 3. WUSB Stony Brook, by the way.
Realistically, anything shallow that's over the infielder's head wins the game. That one
There's your
lays
squeeze.
down the bunt as catcher loses the ball, and it looks like Fox is able to slide home safely. NJIT livid as the catcher livid, arguing that Durkin interfered. They're not going to get the call as the Stony Brook pile on Durkin in front of first base as they secure the game-winning play off of the suicide squeeze.
There you go. I was wondering when it was coming.
You knew before, I think most crowd here, that was coming,
You know,
and sure enough.
But here's the thing, okay? People can hear us. They don't even have to have the radio on to hear us. So everybody in this facility should have known what was coming. I know the people on the field can hear us
Luke-
because they've told me.
Luke Longo not pleased with that. He threw his glove to the dugout. That one thrown faster than any pitch Rappaport threw in that at bat. Nonetheless, the bunt good enough to secure a win for the Seawolves. They win 4-3. NJIT with 3 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. Seawolves with 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Your winning pitcher is Kyle Johnson, who really had a phenomenal outing in his 1 1/3 innings of work. 15 pitches, 1 hit allowed, 5 batters. He struck 2 out, including 1 looking.
You know what, though? He did 1 inning of work. If they need him again for the second game, he
use
can get some work in. Yeah.
Yeah, only 15 pitches thrown.
He's got all week to rest.
Brian Herman, the starter, faced 26 batters, caught 3 looking, struck out 9, had 6 flyouts, a couple ground outs, and in 5 2/3 innings of work, gets no decision after surrendering 3 earned runs. For NJIT, Grant Verpilet, still the first win of his season, eludes him. 20 batters faced, 80 pitches thrown, 3 runs, 2 earned, 4.2/3 innings of work, 5 strikeouts, including 1 called looking, 1 home run surrendered, 2 double surrendered as well, and with credit of his first loss of the season, Jake Rappaport, team's closer, 7 batters faced, looked good through the first inning of work, but the final two-thirds, a rocky road for him, ultimately costing them the game. And with that, again, taking a look at your final box score, you'll see that Stony Brook, again, 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. NJIT, 3 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. 7 Highlanders left on base, 3 for the Seawolves. Taking a look at the team's best hitters, as Chris Hamilton went 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Stan Leutner, 1 for 3, but his 1 was a big 2-run home run. Evan Fox with a hit, run batted in as well. Obviously, Cole Durkin with the bunt, laying that down on the line. As for NJIT, the Marcano brothers, primarily Julio, led the way offensively. 3 hits on 4 at-bats, including a run scored and a run batted in. Brother David, 2 runs batted in, and 1 including his brother. And they were responsible for the 3 runs batted in for the Highlanders. So with that, we will take a quick 25-ish minute break. We should be getting ready for game 2 just before 2:30. It will be the final game, regular season game, hosted by the Seawolves. And again, assuming we did our math right, no confirmation, but we're pretty confident in saying that Stony Brook will be hosting, at the very least, a playoff berth in the America East in the next 2 weeks when that gets started at the end of May. So huge congratulations to them after what's been an incredible season with a lot of incredible plays. As I said, today's hero, at least game 1's hero, Cole Durkin, laying down the bunt, sneaking Fox home, and getting them the 4-3 win after 7. So, once again, your final score, Stony Brook 4, NJIT 3. Game 1 done. Game 2 set to start shortly. So we'll send it back to Zach in the studio for the next 20 or so minutes before Matt takes the call for game 2. Actually, before that, we're going to get a quick interview done before we send it back to Zach in the studio. Sorry about that.
Well, actually, you guys heard me earlier when I was referring to... actually, you know what? Take this one. Okay. I'm going to hand the microphone here to a man who has been mentioned before on this broadcast, none other than Max Tissenbaum from the 2012 College World Series team. And you know what, Max? Take us through that at-bat in the Super Regional in 2012 against Kevin Gausman, who later became a Major League pitcher. And you were hit by a pitch, but it seems like nobody else saw it, except maybe the guys in the Stony Brook dugout. And it got called back, and the rest was history.
Yeah, I was beat. It was 2 strikes. It was a breaking ball that stayed up in the zone, and it just kind of fooled me because it was up in the zone and not down where he'd been all day. And it clipped my wrist. I know to this day it did hit my wrist. It didn't hit my bat. I was actually telling the umpire, like, I'll take my tape off of my wrist and I'll show you, because there were seams on there, like when I pulled it back a little bit.
Yeah.
And then they called it back, and it was just... I have to figure out a way to get a hit here, because otherwise this is going to look really bad on TV. And next pitch was the same breaking ball, except it was down, stayed back on it, and just shot it to center field. And it was like pulling into second base. I just kind of freaked out, started clapping. And then as soon as like the energy kind of settled down, I went, that was a really bad idea, because my hand is killing me right now after clapping like that.
Oh, that was, I mean, an amazing run, obviously, in 2012, but me mentioning that, and I said it loud so Coach Saint could hear me, but you heard me too.
Yeah, just happened to be in the area, stop by. I'd love to come by and watch them play. So it was funny. It showed up in the middle of the game, and an inning later we hear about that and that, and you're going, hey, I think I was there for that one.
Well, what have you been up to lately, though?
I'm working in a sales job. I'm living out in Coram, coaching a 15 and a 13U team. So I'm kind of staying in it, and try to get out here as much as I can when the weather's nice, because it's a great place to sit and watch a ball game.
It really is, and that's one thing I always recommend to people. Now that they start letting fans back in, that's most important. But watching this team also, seeing the potential there, and I think that adding the extra game on the weekends has actually helped the Seawolves because they definitely have an edge on depth now, and they kind of showed it today.
Yeah, having a staff like they do is a huge bonus, especially with all the experience that those guys have. There aren't many teams, especially up in the Northeast, that can run out 4 guys that can give you length and quality on the mound, and that's the name of the game, especially with the way that Coach Senk coaches the game.
Well, perfect example of that just happened in this inning. Your 7, 8, and 9 hitters are up. You're thinking, okay, hold serve until you get back to the top of the order. No. Everybody on this team can steal a base. Everybody on this team can lay down a bunt. Everybody on this team is well schooled in the fundamentals. And I'm thinking, squeeze play. It's coming. When? It's not a question of how, it's a question of when. Durkin does not square up in the first couple of pitches. He said, oh, wait a minute. There it is.
Yep, that's always the name of the game. That's the kind of guy that Coach Senk goes to get, is a guy that can play a fundamental game, play that sort of team baseball rather than just go up there and swing for the fences every single time. Always have a couple of guys that can do it, but even those guys, they know how to handle the bat, they know how to put the ball in play, and they understand the situations of the game. And that's something that you've been watching, at least I've been watching for 10, 12 years now.
Well, you had an interesting twist to your career because after you graduated, you, of course, wound up in the Rays organization to start out, and they converted you to catcher.
Yeah, that was quite the change to go from a middle infielder my whole life to a catcher. I'd been hearing it since I was probably 13 or 14 years old that eventually I'd end up there, but I just never wanted to do it. Got down to spring training. They told me, leave your infield glove in your locker. I had a catcher's bag sitting there, and I went, oh, boy, here we go. So I spent the 6.5 weeks of spring training and early camp just pounding out defensive reps, trying to figure out how to do it. And then got sent out to high A that year, and it was like sort of drinking from the fire hose, trying to figure it out as you go with guys throwing 95 miles an hour with a breaking ball. You got to control the running game. You got to work on pitch calling. I'm going like, man, this is a lot to think about. It gave me a totally newfound respect for what Cantwell did our entire career here, because he was doing it 3-4 games in a weekend. I was catching once a week, and I'm going, my body hurts. And he'd just go out there and catch 21 innings in 24 hours, and it's like, tip my hat to you, man.
It is amazing what Cantwell did for that team, but also it tells you something, too, that, they figured, hey, you know the game. You know what you're doing out there. See what you can do behind the plate.
Yeah, and that was why I'd been hearing it for so long. It's like I was never a runner. I think I might have had 5 stolen bases in the 3 years I was here. So I knew that, the speed thing was probably going to move me there. But I was always somebody that really understood the game, and that just came from growing up at the ballpark. Like I used to go to probably 30, 40 Blue Jay games a summer with my grandfather. And being around the game that much and like trying to watch it as something that I love doing, you pick up on tendencies, you pick up on ways that guys call pitches and stuff like that. So it was fun and interesting, but it was also a little bit easier to pick up some of that stuff than it was the actual physical, blocking and throwing mechanics.
Which is exactly, I think, why you were recruited by Coach Senk and his staff.
Yeah, I would think so. Again, it goes back to that kind of player that they pick. I came in, and Chad Marshall was a junior, same kind of a guy, not necessarily going to jump off the page for you with respect to, the skill. Not the fastest guy, not the most home runs, but, man, was that guy a baseball player and a grinder. And that's always kind of the player that I've wanted to be, model my game after. And again, we had almost a full lineup full of those guys all 3 years that I was here. It wasn't so much, hey, here's a superstar guy. Even, a guy like Travis who was that level of player, he had that ability to grind at bats out and, make other teams uncomfortable, force the issue, whether it was on the bases, playing defense. Like every single guy that we had was just a nose to the grindstone, like get dirty and play hard kind of guy.
And the result, I mean, you can't argue with the result with that team. And 7 of you guys end up getting drafted. And I remember after winning the Coral Gables Regional, I believe that was draft day. So I was still on the air at the end of the game, kind of like what we're doing now, and I hear a loud cheer. I think that's when Freddie got drafted.
Yeah, we were all still sitting in the parking lot. all the players, family, and friends that were down there. We were actually waiting on Coach to finish his media stuff because obviously it was a huge story in college baseball. So he was up there for way longer than any of the other games. And all of a sudden, Freddie just like kind of wandered away, grabbed his phone, came back and goes, "Hey, the Padres just took me," and we all got to celebrate it. And that was kind of how it was for all of us. Like that whole weekend, or that whole week, I guess it was like a Monday through a Wednesday. Following morning when we were getting ready to go to the airport to fly to Baton Rouge, Pat got his call. Then when we landed in New Orleans, that's when me, Willie, Campbell, we all got our call at like baggage claim. So it was really cool that we all got to kind of share that together, because I think that for the most part, all of us benefited from the fact that we had so many guys, because it made it so easy for all of the Northeast scouts to just come and say, "Hey, I'm going to watch a full team worth of guys." So to be able to share it with everybody and the coaches was absolutely awesome.
Funny thing is that I believe with this win, they've at least clinched a tie in the American East Conference regular season standings, which means that games here at Joe Nathan Field in the postseason will be a possibility, a likely possibility. And I remember, first of all, the last time they hosted a tournament here was 2012, but I also remember 2011 too, because that team was basically the same team plus Nick Tropiano.
Yeah.
And we ran into a little bit of bad luck there, where we ran some good pitching. But you guys, the great bounce back, and of course, you know what? This is one thing I remember. 2010, you beat NC State, knocked them out, and then going up against Coastal Carolina, and basically luck ran out completely. I'll just put it that way. You can go look back up the archives of the score.
Yeah.
But I remember being on the bus with you guys, and I remember Coach saying, "I believe this team was capable of getting to a super regional."
I never knew that he said that, but it's funny because like when I think back on it, that 2010 team, we were like, our class was super young. Obviously, it's our freshman year, and then Trope, Tyler, Pat, that was the sophomore class. So the sort of body of that team that ended up going on the run was all first and second year players. But I remember vividly that 2011 conference tournament. It just felt like we couldn't get anything started. Like we'll get them next inning, we got it, and then next inning just never came. And sitting in the dugout after that last out of the last game, just like stunned, going, "How did we not get out of the tournament?" I think a lot of us had that kind of reality check moment where like we are this good, but we've still got to do it when it counts. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that when we came back to the conference tournament the following year, that was fresh in everybody's mind, because it was one of those things that's never going to happen twice on my watch.
Have you had a chance to talk to any of the current players?
Was that?
Have you had a chance to talk to any of the current players?
I was back here coaching in 18, like helping out. So a lot of the guys that are seniors now were guys that I was working with back then. Johnny Tichillo, Hamilton, Fermin. So I've been around a few of them, but most of those guys are now gone, I think. So not as many as I normally do know on the team. And it's tough with last year with a lot of the guys moving on and not being around it.
But I mean, best of luck, and I'm so glad you're here. And just it's like kismet here, perfect timing. I mention your name, you pop up.
Yep. No, you know what? It's a perfect day for baseball at Joe Nathan Field. This is ideal spring weather for Stony Brook baseball, and that's why I said, like, you know what? I just want to stop by and see what's going on over there today. So, worked out perfectly.
Max Tissenbaum, class of 2012, College World Series participant, and a legend here at Stony Brook for that one big hit in the Super Regional against LSU.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we have some time. I have to find out exactly when we get started here for Game 2, but perfectly timed for Max Tissenbaum, and we'll send it back to Zach, and I will, as soon as I find out when the next game starts, I will send him a message, and we'll send it right back here. So, once again, and welcome back to Joe Nathan Field on the campus of Stony Brook University. It's time for Game 2 of this doubleheader between the New Jersey Institute of Technology Highlanders and your Stony Brook Seawolves. So, Seawolves pull out the first one by a 4-3 score, and a very, very interesting at-bat to finish that game, as actually it was prior to the at-bat. Well, what happened was, we'll set it up for you. Cole Durkin was batting in the bottom of the 7th inning with a runner on first base. So, ball's up on his hands. You screw up to bunt, and he felt it hit him. So he's going towards first base. Gets called back. The runner on first moved up to second, and that, of course, was Evan Fox. So what happens is, okay, well, Paulson actually was one who got called back. He lays down a sacrifice bunt, and then Cole Durkin lays down a squeeze play to win. But we are underway here in game one, and Albert Choi will lead off, and he will go up against Sam Turcotte. First pitch is a strike. Second pitch is grounded foul to the left side. Matt Mankieiwch here bringing you all the action. Ken Fermin's working camera in the second game, and Zach Wilson, of course, in the studios of WUSB. And very quickly, an 0-2 count on Choi. Takes low for ball one. So Choi in game one went 1 for 4, doubled in the third inning, but got stranded. Next pitch fouled onto the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes, count holds. We're in the top of the first inning of game two. No score. Seawolves won the first one 4-3 in walk-off fashion on a squeeze play, of course. But we'll talk a little bit more as 1-2 comes in, and that one tipped in the dirt, so count holds once again. Made a little bit of contact there. Troy, the center fielder, and he squares up and gets ready to go. Does not square up the bunt. He's just ready to go here as he digs in against Turcotte. Righty to righty. Swings and misses, strike 3. 1 away here in the top of the first. And that's going to bring up Julio Marcano. He, of course, he's playing in left in in the second game here. He's normally a middle infielder. And takes the first pitch. Ball one, I believe, on that one. And the next one, a little bit low as well. 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch. He's off. That's off the plate, 2, 3-0. Very early with a 3-ball count here on Julio. There's a reason why. He had 3 hits in the first game. Takes ball 4 on 4 straight pitches. So David Marcano playing shortstop as he did in game 1. He's a .260 hitter on the season. Julio's .344. We found out why. Marcano, on the other hand, had a 2-run single in a 3-run fifth that tied the game, but also got hit by a pitch, grounded to first, and also got on a fielder's choice. Turcotte dealing from the stretch, and that's a little bit inside the hands. 1 ball, no strikes. Matt Mankieiwch here. Ken Fermin on camera. Zach Wilson in the studio. 1-0 on the way. That one line foul out of play and over the right side fence, and somebody got a souvenir there. There are some stands over there so people can watch from that point of view. Attendance is limited, but there are people here. You can hear the noise coming from the dugouts and from the seats. Clouds are rolling in, but so far no precipitation. 1-1 on the way. Runner is going. Throw to second is not in time. So Julio got a good jump. Shane Paradine is catching for the Seawolves in game 2, as is customary. Matt Sink switches his catchers off. Tochillo's DHing. And the count goes to 2-2 on a ball letter high. Hamilton at first, Short playing second. Luther and Giordano round out your infield. Fox, LaRocca, and Durkin in the outfield as usual. 2-2. Missed a little high. 3 balls and 2 strikes. David digs in. Payoff pitch. We'll have to wait a bit. As Turcotte doesn't shake off any signals, but takes his time coming to the plate. Steps off the mound, and Julio goes back to second base and returns to his lead. Three-two on the way. Swung on and missed, strike 3. A little bit of high cheese there, able to sneak it by, and that will bring up Daniel Helfgott, the sophomore second baseman, playing second today, and DH'd in the first game. Went 0 for 3 on 3 fly balls. Swings the first pitch and tips it back toward the screen. 0-1. 2 men out, nobody on, top of the first inning, no score. Second game of a 2-game matchup here. The Highlanders and Seawolves split yesterday, and Seawolves took game 1 today. Next pitch a little high, 1 ball and 1 strike. As Julio Marcano goes back to second and returns to his big lead, and at some point he's going to be going on anything. 1-1 on the way. That one clubbed foul towards the NJIT dugout on the left side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Infield playing at normal Joe Nathan field turf depth. Let the ball come to you. 1-2 on the way. A little high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Helfgott with more of a crouch stance and steps away. Holds for time, and now he's ready to go. Turcotte coming to the plate. Runner taking a big lead. The looping overhand curveball is fouled to the right side. Nobody had a chance of getting that. So somebody from the bench is going to have to get that ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And the runner on second. Actually almost halfway between second and third at this point. But Turcotte knows he has to deal with the business in front of him, not behind him. 2-2 on the way. This one line foul just beyond the left field line. A couple of feet off. Could have been very dangerous. Could have easily resulted in an NJIT run had it stayed fair. But the count holds at 2-2. Stony Brook Seawolves baseball live from Joe Nathan Field. Last regular season game here. 2-2 on the way. Popped up foul, and that one's going to go way out of play. Yep, just toward the porta potties, and I'll tell you something. If you're in one of those, you hear a thud on the roof. Bit disconcerting. But the count stays 2-2. Sun breaking through. That's nice. 2-2. This one, bouncer, foul. No, it stays fair. Throw to first. In plenty of time, and no, they're ruling it foul. What's going on here? That ball was fair when Giordano fielded it, but they say foul, so everybody goes back. Looked like it was inside the line. Now, had Giordano waited another bounce, it would have definitely been foul. Two-two on the way. High fly ball. Center field. LaRocca under it. Makes a catch. So, first half inning in the books. And no runs, no hits, one man left on base. New Jersey Institute of Technology, nothing. Seawolves coming to bat on the longtime hope for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
Now we return to the studios of WUSB Stony Brook, and let's get you going with your scores and updates. In women's lacrosse, the last two games were played today. In the MAAC Championship, Fairfield lays claim to Siena on Siena 12-8. The Stags will head to the NCAA tournament. On the CAA side, a major shocker, as in double overtime, the James Madison Dukes hit their fourth straight CAA title over Drexel 13-12 in double overtime. Drexel was projected to be a higher seed than Stony Brook in the NCAA tournament, but because of the Dragons' second loss of the year, it could really start to create quite a stir among the committee. We'll find out more tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPNU in a joint selection show for both men's and women's lacrosse. If you're a Stony Brook fan, you'll definitely be listening in to see what seeding Stony Brook in women's lacrosse has. They're most likely to be a top 8 seed with all the results that's happened over the last few days, including their own making of getting their 8th straight America East title yesterday after they got a 16-9 win against the UAlbany Great Danes, getting the triple sweep. Allie Kennedy named the America East most outstanding player. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field for Matt.
Okay, so we go to the bottom of the first inning, and NJIT failed to score. So we get a look at them defensively, and your catcher for the second game is Paul Franzoni. He was a late inning replacement in the first game. First base, Nick Hussey. Second base, Daniel Helfgott. Shortstop, David Marcano. Third base, Jared Donnelly. Out and left, Julio Marcano. Center field is Albert Choi. And in right, Kevin Blum. Your Stony Brook Seawolves, the 1, 2, 3 hitters will be LaRocca, Hamilton, and Giordano here in the first. And your pitcher is Jared Caxo, 7.65 ERA, and first pitch jumped on, and that one's going to go all the way to the wall, and it's going to be caught as Choi bounces off the wall and hangs on. Gave it a ride, but Choi stayed with it. So LaRocca is out here to lead off, and that will bring up Chris Hamilton, now a .336 hitter.
The first baseman, number 3, Chris Hamilton.
LaRocca leading off in this game. Normally Giordano does, but Giordano is actually batting third, and he's going to be on deck. LaRocca struck out, singled, and fly to left, but now Hamilton singled, grounded to second, and walked in game one. And the lefty takes strike one from the righty. One out, nobody on, bottom of the first, no score. The next pitch, 3/4, dropped the arm angle a little bit in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitcher Caxo taking his time. As is Hamilton. Hamilton's dug in, ready to go. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. That one hit hard into center field. It's going to drop for a base hit.
The third baseman, number 12, Evan Giordano.
So Evan Giordano will bat in not his usual spot. Usually leads off, but he will be the number 3 hitter in this matchup against Caxo. Giordano struck out. Fouls the first pitch off. Reached on a 3-base error. Ball that was dropped right at the wall, which resulted in him taking 3 bases and not getting a hit for it, and also grounded to third. So the 0-1 on the way. We're taking the lead, and that pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two-step lead taken by Hamilton. Everybody a threat to steal, everybody a threat to bunt, as we saw in game 1. That one fouled onto the screen high. And that'll be retrieved by Tachillo, who's on deck. And the count goes to 1-2. That noise you hear is people just stepping on the aluminum stands, so hey, it's ambient noise, what can I tell you? 1-2 on the way, runner was about to go, but this one's going to be skied into shallow right field and will not be caught. And this is a fair ball. So, what do we have going on here? No, the ball was caught. And the runner advances. Hamilton's on second. Now I'm a little confused here. The ball was definitely catchable. And now the coaches are and talking with the umpire, still trying to find out what's going on here. There's Matt Sank talking to the umpire here at first base. Trying to figure out what the verdict is. So it was caught. I believe that was Blum who caught it, so.
The DH, number 45.
But Hamilton was able to advance, tag up and advance. So you have a runner on second, you have Tachillo batting, and 2 men out. Okay, so situation is set here in the bottom of the first, and Seawolves have an opportunity to send a runner home with Tachillo batting. Second baseman, Helfgott, looking to cover, but first pitch is going to come to the plate low. Ball 1. Helfgott covering from second base, covering the bag. Runner taking the lead, Hamilton. 1-0 on the way. Still a little low, 2-0. And with all that commotion going on behind him, it can often be a distraction when dealing with the guy in front of him. Caxo will be dealing from the stretch once again. Doesn't look back necessarily, but still. You got Helfgott, the second baseman, covering the bag closely and is thinking pickoff. 2-0 on the way. This one, ground ball over to third. Across the diamond on a bounce. He got him. And that will end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error. And we have a man left on base. So, after 1 full inning of play, it is Stony Brook nothing, NJIT nothing on the longtime home of Seawolves Athletics, WSB.
And back in the studios of WSB, here's Zach Wilson giving you all the scores updates you need to know. Starting off with college baseball in the America East, with Stony Brook's win, it continues to strengthen their chances of getting a top seed when the America East playoffs may hopefully come to Joe Nathan Field in 3 weeks. As the next best team in the America East at that point, the Hartford Hawks dropped Game 1 to U-Albany 11-7. They will play each other in Game 2 in a few minutes. In the top of the 9th in Game 2 between UMBC and Binghamton, the Retrievers with a 4-2 lead on Binghamton, looking for the sweep on Mother's Day. After UMass Lowell defeated Maine in Game 1 1-0, they now have a 5-0 lead against the Black Bears in the bottom of the 3rd. In the top 25 in college baseball, the game went final between the Hoosiers and the Cornhuskers. 24th ranked Indiana defeats Nebraska 4-2 in Piscataway. In the top of the 6th, 13th ranked East Carolina with a 6-1 lead over Tulane, top of the 6th. In the bottom of the 5th, 23rd ranked Charlotte and Marshall tied up at 3. In the bottom of the 3rd, 20th ranked Southern Miss over Middle Tennessee 2-1. In the top of the 3rd, 6th ranked Texas has a 4-0 lead at 3rd ranked TCU. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
And we flip the card over and go to the top of the 2nd inning for the Seawolves and Highlanders. No score. Sam Turcotte on the mound, and he'll be facing and throw ball 1-2. Daniel Cole Fleming, the DH, the 5-hitter. Helcott made last out. Next pitch in there for a strike. You heard the fastball. Fleming takes high. Ball 2. So Fleming didn't play in Game 1, but here's the 2-1 in there for strike 2. Righty to righty here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And this one's going to be a grounder to Luthner at short. He'll throw across to Hamilton, and easy 6-3. That will bring up Paul Franzoni, 214 hitter, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. Franzoni was a late inning replacement in Game 1. Actually was in left field, listed as a catcher, and is catching. First pitch is a strike. 1 man out, nobody on. We're in the top of the 2nd inning. No score. Fastball in there. 0-2. Seawolves have a hit. And that was going to be a bouncer up the middle. And shaded over was the second baseman Short, but he gets the 4-3. Short was actually playing to the left of second base on the shift and was able to field cleanly. Back to his normal position. No, actually going to do the shift again for the next right-handed hitter, which is Nick Hussey. Breaking ball, got over. Hussey struck out twice and grounded out in the first game. He's behind 0-1 now. Swings and misses that ball in the dirt, 0-2. Oh-2 on the way. Lets a bouncer go by. But Paradigm does not. So it counts at 1-2. 3 infielders shifted to the left of second base. Here we go. Next pitch, just a little bit off the corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two. Popped up. Right side. Hamilton under it. On the green. And makes a catch falling away. But a 1-2-3 inning for Turcotte. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1.5 in the books. No score. Highlanders and Seawolves. Back to Zach on WUSB Stony Brook.
And back in the studios of WSB, while we get going with college baseball, let's switch over to the MLB on the pro side. The Mets and the Yankees are still in action. Jacob deGrom left the game early in the top of the 6th inning due to an injury. Miguel Castro in. Diamondbacks have a man on first and second with 1 out. The 2-1 right now on David Peralta. Meanwhile, at Yankee Stadium, the New York Yankees extend their lead to 2-0. They have a player on first with 1 out after the last run was made by Gleyber Torres. Torres getting his first home run of 2021 as the Yankees look to get the series win over the Nationals after they defeated them yesterday in an 11-inning game. Meanwhile, the Red Sox have cashed in on a couple of runs. They now lead the Orioles 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th with a man on second and 1 out. In the bottom of the 6th, the Marlins are trailing Milwaukee 1-0 with 2 out. In the bottom of the 2nd, the Astros have a run. They lead 1-0 on Toronto. Top of the 3rd, the Chicago White Sox with a 3-1 lead on the Kansas City Royals. Top of the 3rd, the St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Colorado Rockies 1-0. Colorado has a man on first with 1 out. In the bottom of the 2nd, the Cubs trail the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-0. The Cubs have a man on second with no out. In the top of the 2nd, the Rangers and the Mariners are playing. Mariners are up at bat, have a man on first with 2 out. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
Okay, we'll flip the scorecard over for the bottom of the 2nd inning, and we're going to have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Seawolves, Luthner, Paradine, and Fox, up against Jared Caxo. As we get to the 3 o'clock hour, this is WUSB Stony Brook. Matt Mankieiwch bringing you the action from Joe Nathan Field as the clouds roll in again, and Luthner takes ball 1. Dealing from the windup again. That was supposed to be a breaking ball, but that was high. 2-0. On the way. Low and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Luthner, of course, playing game 1. 3-0 on the way, in there for a strike. And homered in game 1. 2-run shot back in the 4th inning of that game. Put the Seawolves up for the time being. 3-1 on the way. Skied foul. Yeah, no, stays. No, it will be foul. And sliding over and making the catch. The right fielder, Blum, making a sliding catch. And that's the one part of Joe Nathan Field that is dirt. And he kicked up a lot of it with a feet-first slide towards the fence. But put a star next to that one. Paradine, who DH'd the first game. As is typical, Tuchillo and Paradine will trade places on a doubleheader. Takes high and inside for ball 1. Next one, just off the plate, 2-0. Paradine grounded into a double play, foul pop and a fielder's choice. So 1-0 for 3 in the first game. 2-0 on the way, in there for a strike. Got the breaking ball over, so count is a 2-1. Wind getting a little gusty too, like it was in the beginning of the first game. Gotta watch out my papers don't go all over the place. 2-1. This one. High fly ball to right. Blum does not have to work so hard to get that one and makes the catch. Just had to take a couple of steps forward.
So left fielder number 7, Evan Fox.
So Evan Fox, the left fielder, wears number 7 and plays the 7 position. Fox sacrificed fly and scored the winning run and takes strike 1. So yeah, an RBI and a big run scored there. 0-1 on the way. That one looked a little high from this point of view, but they're rolling it a strike. Oh-2 on the way. Swung on a miss, strike three. Might have actually gotten a piece of it, but strikeout. So the fifth straight batter retired by Caxo here at the end of two. No score between the New Jersey Institute of Technology Highlanders and Stony Brook Seawolves. Now back to Zach.
Thanks, Matt. So we're back here in the studios of WUSB. The NCAA Women's Lacrosse Selection Show and Men's Lacrosse will be tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPNU. The Stony Brook Women's Lacrosse team in the NCAA tournament, no doubt, for the 8th time in a row after they defeat Uvalde yesterday in the Mankieiwch Championship 16-9. 15 teams have made the auto bid. Florida, winners of the American Conference. North Carolina wins the ACC. Jacksonville, the Atlantic 10. UMass of the Atlantic 10. Denver, the Big East. High Point of the Big South. Northwestern of the Big 10. James Madison of the CAA. Fairfield, the MAAC. Robert Morris of the MAC. Mount St. Mary's of the NEC. Stanford, the Pac-12. Loyola of the Patriot. And Mercer of the Southern Conference. There are 13 at-large bids available in the NCAA tournament on the women's side. We could expect 6 of them to be claimed by Duke, Virginia, Boston College, Notre Dame, and Syracuse. 5 of them from the Big Ten going to probably to Johns Hopkins, Maryland, Rutgers, and Penn State, or 4 actually of the at-large. And you probably get 3 from the CAA. Drexel, Towson, and Hofstra. Towson and Hofstra, who lost to Stony Brook earlier this season, and probably 2 from the American and Florida's conference, Vanderbilt and Temple. Find out tonight at 9 p.m. who's playing who and if Stony Brook will get that top 8 seed. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Fields.
Okay, 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the top of the third, and Blum takes strike one. Kevin Blum, the senior, 182 hitter, struck out twice and walked, and also is behind 0-2 now. But in his first time up in game 2 here. Checks his swing, but that was down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Turcotte has retired 5 Highlanders in a row. Has only walked 1. And also, that's it. 1 more than the minimum as the count goes to 2-2 on a ball in the dirt. Julio Marcano, the only base runner so far for NJIT. Swings and misses, strike 3. So make that 6 in a row.
The third baseman, number 16,
Jared Donnelly, third baseman, number 9 hitter, 179 so far in the season. Struck out twice and singled. Scored in that 3-run fifth that tied the game. This one lined right at the shortstop, Stanton Luthner, perfectly positioned. 2 away.
The center fielder, number 39, Albert Choi.
He didn't have to move. Came right at him. Back to the top of the order now. Choi struck out his first time up and takes strike 1 here. Next pitch in their first strike. And that's what he's been doing so far. Turcotte getting ahead of the hitters. Remember, the first game was a 7-inning game. The second game is a 9-inning game in an America East doubleheader. 0-2 on the way. That's in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two men out, nobody on. Top third, no score. Next pitch tipped in front of the plate. And, oh, I'd hate to tell you where Paradigm got it. It hurts. Yeah, he got it where it hurts. Coach said coming out, you're all right? Not looking good, actually. Trainer talking to him as well. He needs to get his win back, but count is at 1-2 on the foul ball. So 2 men out, nobody on. We'll set the situation up for you. The question is whether or not Paradigm will stay in the game. The hazards of catching. They call the catching equipment the tools of ignorance, but Paradigm got hit in a place you can't ignore. Yes, no. Oh, he's making a move back towards the plate. He's going. And a well-deserved round of applause. Staying in the game, umpire saying, "You sure?" Still taking his time, getting settled in behind the plate. He's back in the crouch and give the signal to Turcotte, and we're back underway here. Choi digging in and hits a high fly ball to deep left center field. That's going to bounce toward the wall. LaRocca will corral it. Throw in will not be in time. Choi will make it with a stand-up double. So with 2 out, NJIT has their first hit of the game. That will bring up their only other base runner so far, Julio Marcano. 344 hitter going into this game. Drew a walk, so it's going to stay there. Also stole a base. And this one's going to be a line past the third baseman, and it's going to go into left field. Coming around to score easily will be Choi. So a first pitch RBI single by Julio Marcano puts the Highlanders up 1-0. Line past Giordano and into left field, and that was good enough for an RBI. Julio will stay on first base, and David Marcano, the senior, will follow him. Struck out his first time up. All this happening with 2 outs. First pitch a little bit up. 1 ball, no strikes. From the stretch once again. Ground ball to second. Short will throw it over, and that will retire the side. But 1 run on 2 hits. No Seawolf errors. 1 man left on base. At the end of 2.5, it's NJIT 1, Stony Brook 0 on the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, let's get you going with more scores. Even though DeGrom is out, the Mets are still leading. They're up 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th with a man on first and second with nobody out. Dominic Smith is at first after he got hit by a pitcher before him. P. Alonso drew a 4-pitch walk. Meanwhile, in the NBA, 1 game going on right now. Miami Heat has a 111-96 lead on the Boston Celtics with 8:20 left to go in the 4th quarter. Boston is looking at a comeback after they outscored Miami by 5 in the 3rd quarter, but Jimmy Butler has 19 points and 10 assists so far, and that could help Miami get their 37th win of the season. And that could threaten the Knicks, who are playing at LA today, but without Alec Burks and Emmanuel Quickley. Knicks facing a really tough road trip here after they lost back-to-back games to the Phoenix Suns and the Denver Nuggets. The Knicks still want to make sure that they don't play a play-in game, want to get a complete playoff berth, and they could do that if they start winning once again. Meanwhile, more locals tomorrow, the Islanders play their final regular season game against the Boston Celtics and Boston Bruins at Boston. It's not the Boston's last game, though. And on Tuesday, Brooklyn Nets' next game is at 8 p.m. at Chicago on Tuesday. Let's go back to JNF.
Bottom of the third inning. New Jersey Institute of Technology put a run up on the board in the top half, lead at 1-0. And we're going to have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Seawolves, Durkin, Short, and LaRocca. First pitch to Durkin, pop up left side of the infield, and it will be hauled in by the shortstop. That was David Marcano who caught that one, but looked like the two left side infielders were going to lose it in the clouds. So Durkin pops up on the first pitch, and that will bring up Brady Short. 250 hitter. He's only played in 7 games so far this year. Left-handed hitter. Takes a strike. Bang, 250 on that short statistical sample. And takes outside ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 man out. We're in the bottom of the third. NJIT 1, Stony Brook nothing. 9-inning game here. 1-1 on the way. Squares up to bunt. Lets it go by. On the breaking ball, 2 balls, 1 strike. Little gust of wind coming our way. You hear the papers fluttering. And this one, high fly ball, opposite field, and that will be a can of corn for Julio Marcano. 2 away. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men retired in a row by Caxo. He gave up a hit to Hamilton back in the first inning and has retired the Seawolves in order since. Back to the top of the order for LaRocca, who also flied to center his first time up. Gave it a ride. Lets ball 1 go by, low and away. Here's the 1-0. That one in the dirt as well. 2 balls, no strikes. Righty to the lefty here. LaRocca hits a high fly ball into right center field, and that is going to be off the wall. He's running towards second, making it in there standing up. Almost losing his helmet there, but catches it before it falls. So LaRocca in with a double with 2 men out here. Now remember, the lone run of the game was scored with 2 outs, so sets things up for Hamilton, who already has a single to his credit, a solid one. He advanced on error because Giordano hit a foul pop that was caught by third baseman Hussey, but an error by a throwing error trying to get the pick off. Second out, but it was thrown away, so Hamilton ended up on second. But now he's got a runner on second here, taking a big lead with 2 away. Righty to the lefty. Lets ball go by way outside, 1-0. As we know, Hamilton's solid hitter. 336 on the year so far. Caxo will take a look. Shortstop Shane second, but comes to the plate and throws low, 2-0. And my theory continues that, especially at the collegiate level, the more these guys concentrate on who's behind them, the less they concentrate on who's in front of them. And he's got 2 outs. The guy in front of him is the guy he needs to be worrying about, particularly when the guy's batting 336. So, checking the runner once, twice, 2-0, 3-0. And that one's going to skip back towards the screen, and that will advance the runner, LaRocca. So, purpose defeated. LaRocca moves up to third on a wild pitch, and the count's 3-0. So, what do you do here? The next pitch is going to be down the middle, or he may do an unintentional intentional walk and try to face Giordano to get the third out of the inning. 3-0 on the way. This one skied into shallow right. 3 fielders going for it. Finally hauled in, and that will do it as Blum came in to make the catch. And that will do it for the Seawolves here in the bottom of the third. No runs on a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. After 3, your score. NJIT 1, Stony Brook nothing on the longtime help for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, let's get you more scores that we can. Heat and Celtics still the only game going on right now in the NBA. After that, it's the Knicks and the Clippers at the Staples Center in 10 minutes. Miami is up 113-103 with 6 minutes left to go. Celtics working on a comeback. Can they do it? Meanwhile, in the MLB, still 2-1 Mets in the bottom of the 6th. Some time has gone by, as we also have a mound visit right now at Citi Field. Jacob deGrom left the game early due to an injured side. However, for the Mets, the bases are loaded with 1 out after Jonathan Villar drew a walk. James McCann is up to bat, and we'll see if he can extend the Mets' lead to give a little more comfortable feeling and hopefully preserve the probable win for Jacob deGrom. Meanwhile, at Yankee Stadium, the New York Yankees and the Washington Nationals are all tied up at 2, but the Yankees do have a man on first and second with 1 out and look to try and get those go-ahead runs if they can. Meanwhile, we still got the Red Sox and the Orioles. It's still 3-2 Boston in the bottom of the 7th. Miami has tied up the game at 1. Astros add another 2 more runs. They lead 3-0. The White Sox are up 5-1 on Kansas City. Cardinals still up 1-0. And the Pittsburgh Pirates extend their lead. They lead 6-1. Back to Joe Nathan Field.
Okay, so we go to the top of the 4th inning, and Helfgott takes ball 1 from Turcotte. Got the intermediate stats for you. Second pitch is going to be liner into left center field. Good drop for a base hit. Making the turn and cruising into second. Stopping there is Helfgott. So a leadoff double here for the Highlanders. Gets things going in the 4th inning.
The DH number 10, Cole Fleming.
So the DH, Cole Fleming, grounded to short his first time up. The numbers that stand out for me here is that Caxo has 35 pitches and Turcotte just threw his 52nd or 53rd. And they face the same number of hitters. But he's got a runner on second now for Cole Fleming, and the breaking ball is down at his feet as it's righty to righty. Ball 1.
Come on, Cole. Come on, kid.
1-0 on the way.
That's it.
This one's going to be poked through the right side for a base hit, and they're going to, nope, runner will hold at third. As Durkin charged the ball, was able to throw it back into the infield to keep the run from scoring. Helfgott stays at third. Fleming is on first with a hit.
Come on, Paulie.
And Turcotte's going to get a visit. Not Coach Singh. So instead, he stays in the game with 2 men on. First pitch, ground ball to third, 5-4-3, got the double play, and nearly got the triple play. Giordano too short to Hamilton. Helfgott held at third. Hamilton was going to throw there, but he got back in time. But most importantly, that runner stays at third with 2 out. It's going to be Nick Hussey, the first baseman. And he swings the first pitch. He's going to drop for a base hit. That will score the run. So Hussey with an RBI single to left. And that will put the New Jersey Institute of Technology Highlanders up 2-0. Kevin Blum, the right fielder, struck out his first time up against Turcotte. And jumps on the first pitch again. High fly ball into left center field, and that's going to drop as well. And scoring all the way from first base, no, he will not. He will hold at third as LaRocca was able to get the ball in quickly. So the runners will be at second and third with 2 out. Hussey made the big turn, but stopped about 10 feet ahead and went back. Well, he was going full speed. And there might have been a play at the plate there, but you won't make the third out there. That's definitely not. So it's going to be Donnelly up here, who lined straight at Stanton Luthner his first time up, takes high for ball 1. Jared Donnelly is the third baseman for the Highlanders. As I said during the first game, the Highlanders, the original name for the New York Yankees. They played way uptown at Hilltop Park. Checks his swing and lets ball 2 go by. They had to give up Hilltop Park for the Polo Grounds, but that's not the reason they changed the name. It was because Highlanders took up too much space on a headline. 2-0. High foul back. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Come on, Jared.
Donnelly, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, but with an opportunity here with runners on second and third. Runners take their leads, 2-1 on the way. That got in there for a strike. Maybe that was a gimme. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I see someone peering from above the right field fence, which is where the Stony Brook bullpen is, but I don't see any balls flying one way or the other. 2-2. This one, ground ball over to second and short, booted it. Throw home, and they got him at home. But 1 run scored. Hussey got in, but the second run resulted in out number 3. So make it an E4, and the out is going to be 4-2. So at the end of 3.5 innings, 2 runs on 4 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base. After 3.5, 3-0 NJIT on longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB.
And back to the studios of WSB. Let's get more scores and updates. The Mets added bases loaded walk thanks to Patrick Mazeika, who had the huge walk-off hit the other day, as the Mets now lead 3-1 after 6. It's still all tied up at 2 between the Yankees and the Nationals heading into the top of the 8th inning. Meanwhile, the gap is quickly closing between Miami and Boston. The Celtics only trail by 9 with 3:40 left to go. Boston trying to get their 36th win of the season. Meanwhile, in the NHL, a couple of news, and both of them are just about the same. Head coaches have resigned or fired. And it goes starting off with the Arizona Coyotes and Rick Tocchet. They have agreed to part ways. Along with that, you also get the Columbus Blue Jackets and John Tortorella, who have parted ways as well. You get a couple of NHL games tonight. The first one at 7 o'clock when the Dallas Stars take on the Chicago Blackhawks at the United Center in Chicago. Then at 8 p.m. in Calgary, the Flames are hosting the Ottawa Senators. There are only games for the NHL today, so let's go back to Joe Nathan Field and Matt Mankieiwch.
Okay, 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Seawolves. Evan Giordano is your leadoff hitter. and he had a foul pop up to first base, his first time up, and fouls the ball off here for strike one. We're in the bottom of the fourth, 3-0 NJIT. 1 run in the third, 2 in the fourth. Another foul pop-up. Is this playable for the catcher? Yes, he made it. As Franzoni had to fall back a little bit, but was able to track the ball and retire the first batter here. John Tuccillo grounded to third his first time up. Getting really, really overcast and cloudy here as we're in the bottom of the fourth inning. 3-0 is your score. Curveball's over. Strike one on Tuccillo. Air's starting to develop a little bite to it as well. 0-1 on the way. Skied foul, that one not playable as it goes behind the Stony Brook dugout. And takes a big bounce off that asphalt path and into the woods. You got a couple of dogs here and not used to each other. 0-2 on the way. 3-6-1 for NJIT, 0-2-1 for the Seawolves. Next pitch is outside, and we get another gust of wind blowing everything all over the place. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Caxo's ERA is declining, but this pitch is going to be a high fly ball deep to left, and that's out of there. So Tuccillo puts the Seawolves on the board with an all-important home run, solo shot. And that will be number 5 on the year for him. And makes it a 3-1 ball game.
The shortstop, number 13, Shane Luthner.
Shane Luthner. Hit a fly ball to right that was foul. Nice catch by the right fielder Blum. First pitch is a strike. One on the way, takes it in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. A 1, a little high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Make that 2-1 correction on that. No rain yet, but it looks like something's coming. 2-1, skied foul up and over the screen. So the count holds. And one of the dogs is making a fuss. You know how it is when one dog sees another dog. 2-2 on the way. Foul tip back towards the screen. Count once again at 2-2. Just want to protect the equipment here while things are going on. And both batter and pitcher take their time. And the 2-2, that's going to be a roller through the right side for a base hit. So 2 straight hits now for the Seawolves with 1 away. And that's going to bring up Shane Paradine, who fly to right his first time up. Three to 1 is your score. We are in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1 run in for the Seawolves on the home run by Tuccillo. And first pitch from the stretch is going to be high. 1 ball, no strikes. That's the Seawolves dugout talking it up. 1-0. That's going to be a ground ball over to short. And he's going to fall and drop the ball, so everybody is safe. David Marcano looked like he had solid, but lost his footing. He fell and dropped the ball and didn't stray too far away, but he had no play. So Paradigm reaches on the E6. Luthner advances to second. So we have run, but it's going to be ruled a hit because I guess Cam believes that he wouldn't have gotten him anyway, which is quite possible. So I'll give him a single on that one. But now the runners are taking the lead. Infield's moved up a little bit, and the first pitch is way high. And what am I talking about here again? With the pitcher concentrating on the runners behind him rather than the hitter in front of him. He has only 1 out. Runners on first and second here. And the Seawolves threatening with a run in, trailing 3-1, but that could change very, very quickly here. Checking the runner once again, Caxo. 1-0 on the way and in the dirt. 2-0. So the runners take their leads once again. And something just dropped. 2-0 on the way. In the dirt again, 3-0. So the runners on base are proving to be a bit of a distraction here for Caxo. And the Seawolves will take advantage any way they possibly can. Go on the way.
Let's go, Jared.
And the pace has slowed quite a bit as well. Again, checking the runner at second. Here's the 3-0. That's in there for a strike. Thought for sure he's going to walk on 4 straight pitches and load him up. He may yet. 3 balls and 1 strike. 1 man out. Runners on first and second. The Seawolves have 1 run in here in the bottom of the 4th, trailing 3-1. Once again, runners are going. That one's going to be a bouncer to short, and they're going to throw to first and just get him. But the runners advance. No double play. So, a sacrifice that turns out not to be one. And that'll bring up Cole Durkin, the hero of game 1. Popped to short his first time up. And now he's got runners in second and third and 2 out. A well-placed single will score both runners and tie the game. This one's a high fly ball that goes foul. On the left side. Everybody thought they had shot that one, but nothing doing. 0-1. One on the way. A little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Seawolves threatening. And Jared Caxo's pitch count is going up quite a bit in this inning. He was doing pretty well first 3 innings, but running into trouble here in the 4th. Runners on second and third, 2 out. And the delivery. That one, more contact made and more contact foul left to the left side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Both sides talking it up from their respective dugouts. Crowd here behind me quiet though. A hit will make them erupt. Here comes the 1-2. High fly ball, deep to right. That one is long gone. A 3-run homer by Cole Durkin puts the Seawolves ahead 4-3. And the entire team comes out to greet him. Brady Short, number 9 hitter, fly to left, comes up right behind that big home run and immediately fouls one onto the screen and would have been way over my head, but still, it was close. Stony Brook 4, New Jersey Institute of Technology 3. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Seawolves already won the first one 4-3. Looking to take 3 out of 4 in this series. 0-1 on the way. In there. Strike 2 rather. 0-2. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. Overhand fastball, it's a little bit off the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One, 2, a little high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 swings and misses the ball down and away, but the damage is done. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We played 4 full here at Joe Nathan Field. Stony Brook 4, NJIT 3 on the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
All right, so things are really changing now. So let's see what we got going on here in the America East of College Baseball besides the game you're listening to. The other game ones went final today. UMBC defeated Binghamton 1-0, UMass Lowell defeated Maine 1-0, and UAlbany defeated Hartford 11-7. In game 2 for all teams, besides the one you're listening to, the game went final between UMBC and Binghamton. The Retrievers complete the sweep here on Mother's Day, defeating the Bearcats 8-2. In the bottom of the 6th, the Riverhawks looking to get the sweep as they're in prime position to do that. They lead Maine 7-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Meanwhile, Hartford, after dropping Game 1, looks like they have a chance to win Game 2. They have an early 2-0 lead on the Great Danes in the bottom of the 3rd. In top 25 action, in the bottom of the 2nd, 11th-ranked Oregon trails Washington 2-1. In the top of the 3rd, Georgia has an early 1-0 lead on top-ranked Arkansas. At 4 p.m., 25th-ranked UCLA playing at Washington State. You also got 16th-ranked Stanford hosting 9th-ranked Arizona. So let's go back to the MLB side. The Yankees and Nationals are still tied at the bottom of the 8th. The Yankees have a man on second with 1 out. Meanwhile, in the bottom of the 7th, the Mets are still leading 3-1. And now, actually, they've taken a 4-1 lead after Dominic Smith hit an RBI single. Mets are still leading, trying to give DeGrom that win despite the early exit. Back to Joe Nathan Field.
And thank you very much, Zach Wilson, Matt Mankieiwch, bring you all the action. And the Seawolves played 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th. We flipped the card for the top of the 5th. 1, 2, 3 hitters due up for the Highlanders. Choi and the 2 Marcanos, Julio and David. And Choi takes strike 1. Sam Turcotte still on the mound. And the next pitch, now the count goes to 1 and 2. That one fouled off the plate. Turcotte was a little bit ahead in the pitch count, but now he's got a 1-2 count here on Choi. He gave up a run in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th. A goose egg after a big inning, always a big deal. 1-2 in the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. They say Choi may have went on that, but somebody says so anyway. Paradigm wanted to get a strike 3 on that one. Now he's got strike 3, swung on and missed. So Choi is down here. Second strikeout of the day, but also doubled and scored a run, so not a total loss for him. Julio Marcano walked and picked up an RBI single on the day. And takes outside ball 1. No, they gave him a strike on that one, sorry. Thought it was going to be a little outside, but here's the 0-1. And it's strike 2. Swings and misses that one. It's like, yeah, okay. Julio says, yeah, okay. Oh, 2, high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 man out, nobody on. We're in the top of the 5th inning. And the Seawolves lead NJIT 4-3. And he got him on the outside corner looking, and Julio ain't liking that one.
Shortstop number 11, David Marcano.
So David Marcano follows right behind him. Struck out, grounded out. Swings and misses at some off-speed stuff. 0-1. Two out here, and the next pitch is a little high. 1 ball, 1 strike. As I've always said, and was told by 1-1 on the way, and that's down and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. The importance of a goose egg after a big inning. 2-1 on the way. Swings and misses. Flailing at that. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So David Marcano, the right-hander, digging in against Turcotte. 2-2. That one a little low. Now Julio saying, hey, I get punched down that same pitch. Not quite. 3 balls and 2 strikes. This one fouled back up over the screen. Count holds. Now, talking about crucial 3rd time through the order. It's interesting because Turcotte had trouble a 2nd time through the order, and he walks David. I've had almost had the K penciled in, but nothing doing. So that will bring up Daniel Helfgott, the 2nd baseman. And Helfgott led off the 4th with a double and scored. Also fly to center his 1st time up. He's got a runner on 1st here with 2 out. We're in the top of the fifth, 4-3 Stony Brook. First pitch in the dirt, 1-0. Yeah, you hear that wind. Just looking to see where the flag's blowing. The flag actually looks pretty calm. The wind is just gusty. Throw over to first is not in time. You get your occasional gust, which messes up your papers, but as a general rule, wind isn't blowing in any general direction. This one popped up foul, and no chance for Hamilton. It's going to be about 10 feet out of play. Just behind the Stony Brook dugout. So the count's at 1-1. Throw over to first once again, and no tag. As David gets back. And now Turcotte will throw to first once again. This time, bigger lead, bigger dive. But he's safe regardless. 1-1. I thought it was going to be on the way, but Turcotte stepped off. Now he's going to try it again. Here it comes. This one's going to be a bouncer over to Giordano. They'll get the force at second, and that will do it here in the fifth. So, as Cam says, halfway home, 4.5 in the books. Seawolves lead 4-3 over NJIT on the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, let's see what more updates we got with sports. In the NBA, Clippers have an early 8-0 lead on the Knicks, so they'll be forced to call a timeout with 9:31 left to go in the first quarter. Meanwhile, the Celtics dropped their home game to the Miami Heat as Miami wins the season series from the Celtics with a 130-124 win. Jimmy Butler gets a double-double with 26 points and 11 assists, while Evan Fournier musters 30 points but not enough to help his team defeat Miami. Meanwhile, more NBA games on later tonight at 7 p.m. The Charlotte Hornets taking on the Zionless Pelicans. Brandon Ingram will have to step up against Terry Rozier. Meanwhile, it's also at 7 p.m., the Dallas Mavericks taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers in Cleveland. The Minnesota Timberwolves tonight at 7 at Orlando taking on the Magic. At 8 p.m., the Detroit Pistons hosting the Chicago Bulls. And then we got a couple of games at 10 p.m., a big one as the Los Angeles Lakers will host the Phoenix Suns. And you also got the Sacramento Kings hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder at the same time. Meanwhile, it's still tied up at 2 between the Yankees and the Nationals after 8 innings. It's time to go to the top of the ninth where Aroldis Chapman is pitching. Meanwhile, the 7th is over at Citi Field. Mets are still up 4-1. Let's head to Joe Nathan Field.
And back in the studios, well, actually, we're not going back to the studios of WSB until 3 more outs. We'll flip the card over and take you into the bottom of the 5th and the top of the order here for John LaRocca, who doubled and flied to center. And jumps on the first pitch, and another fly ball into left field. And that one is going to be run down and hauled in by David Marcano, as he had to go all the way out to the outfield to get it. But LaRocca is retired. 4-3 is your score. 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Seawolves. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for NJIT. And we've got Chris Hamilton coming up right behind him. Righty to the lefty. Another foul pop as he jumped on the first pitch. 0-1. So Jared Caxo still on the mound. And he throws low here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now, Caxo, through his first 3 innings, was pretty economical with his pitches. He only had, I'll have that for you in a second, as he comes to the plate with the 1-1. Down away, 2-1. He only had 35 pitches through his first 3 innings. Looking pretty good. But then, Seawolves come up with 4 runs in the 4th inning. Cole Durkin with a 3-run homer. Another ball down away, 3-1. So he deals from the windup, and this one's going to be a ground ball to second. And an easy 4-3 for Helfgott and Hussey. 2 away. Number 3 hitter, Evan Giordano. Pair of foul pops to his credit today. 0 for 2. Well, actually, I shouldn't say just today, this game. Actually, he hasn't had a hit yet today yet. High fly ball to left center field, and that will be hauled in and caught by Julio Marcano and retire the side. 1-2-3 inning for Mr. Caxo, and that will send us back to the studios now. After 4.5 innings of play, after 5 full, I should say, it's 4-3 Stony Brook over NJIT, and the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, I'd like to check what I said about Boston and Miami. The result was true, but the series is now evened up at 1, actually. On Tuesday, they'll play each other for the winner will take the season series between the Celtics and the Heat. Meanwhile, a tiny improvement on the Knicks as they went on a 4-2 run after the timeout. They're down 10-4 with 7:18 left to go in the first quarter. Meanwhile, it's the top of the 9th now between the Nationals and the Yankees. Meanwhile, on the top of the 8th, former Met Asdrubal Cabrera hit a home run off of Jacob Barnes as the Diamondbacks cut the deficit in half. Mets are up 4-2 in the top of the 8th inning. Meanwhile, on the top of the 9th, the Boston Red Sox are holding on to their 3-2 lead. 4-3 lead actually, and they were just called out, so now it's the bottom of the 9th inning as the Red Sox are 3 outs away from getting the series win on Baltimore. In the bottom of the 9th, it's all tied up at 1 still between Milwaukee and Miami. We could be seeing extra innings with 1 man out. In the bottom of the 4th, the Astros continuing to get a grudging lead on Toronto. Houston's now up 7-0. Let's get back to Joe Nathan Field.
Top of the 6th inning. Seawolves lead at 4-3. Flipping the card over, we'll have Fleming, Franzoni, and Hussey. Fleming takes strike 1 and takes a ball inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on him. Seawolves played 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th, and this one's going to be a bouncer over to second. Short's got it. Throw it to first. An easy 4-3. Fleming singled and grounded out 6-3 his first 2 times up, so he's now 1 for 3. So Paul Franzoni, the catcher, in the second game here, 214 hitter on the year, takes a looping curveball, a little bit too low for ball 1. Franzoni grounded to second, also grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. Takes another ball at his feet, 2 balls and no strikes. 1 man out, top of the 6th inning. Stony Brook leads NJIT 4-3 in the second game of a doubleheader here. Seawolves won the first one 4-3. 2-0 on the way. That's in for a strike. Sam Turcotte still on the mound for the Stony Brook Seawolves. And check swing on a ball a little high. 3 balls and 1 strike. (3-1). That's in there for a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count goes full. All the fielders playing straight away. No, they're playing the shift. And that's ball 4. That is only the second walk of the day for Turcotte. Nick Hussey, RBI single, and a pop-up. As we get to the top of the hour, first pitch is a little high. 1 ball, no strikes. WUSB Stony Brook, by the way. Matt Mankieiwch bringing you all the action in the second game. Ken Fermin joined me for the first game. He's working camera for the second, so not available. First pitch, not actually a throw over to first. And Franzoni gets back. Actually, he's tried to steal twice and was successful both times. Next pitch is a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 on the way. This one clubbed foul towards the left side coaching box. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hussey will dig in again. Bang stance. He's got his left foot in the bucket, but he clubs another one foul to the right side. Up and over the screen, out of play. Softball team played on Friday and Saturday, which meant that yesterday both fields were in action. Not today. 1-2 on the way. A little high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the Seawolves tend to do against right-handed hitting, particularly strong pull hitters, is that they have 3 infielders to the left of second base and just Hamilton covering first. 2-2 on the way. That one's going to be a ground ball. Giordano at second, throw over to second, and now we get the double play on the 5-4-3. Giordano over at third, over to second, and that will do it for NJIT here in the 6th. Let's send it back to Zach. 4-3 Stony Brook on the long-time home for Seawolves Athletics, WSB.
Thanks, Matt. And right now in the Mets game, 10 pitches at bat so far for Pavin Smith on Jacob Barnes. The count is 2-2. It's been 4 straight fouls, and now he's able to draw a ball, so now the count is full. Keep tabs on that for as long as I can, as long as I'm able to stay here with my updates. Meanwhile, back over to the American East side of college baseball. Here in the game 2s. UMass Lowell still leading Maine 7-0. UAlbany gets a run, and now they've cut the deficit in half. Hartford still leads 2-1 in the top of the 4th inning upstate. Besides the game that you're listening to as well. Meanwhile, more games have continued on. The Bulldogs add a couple of runs on the Razorbacks, who is number 1 in the nation. Georgia up 3-0 on Arkansas in the top of the 3rd. Meanwhile, it's still 2-1 Washington over 11th-ranked Oregon in the bottom of the 3rd. After inclement weather between Alabama's 2nd-ranked Vanderbilt, the Commodores' Crimson Tide game was canceled, along with other games that were canceled prior to today, such as 14th-ranked Louisiana Tech's doubleheader against Florida International. 8th-ranked Texas Tech was supposed to play against Illinois Chicago, but it was canceled due to COVID, as well as postponement for 21st-ranked Gonzaga and Seattle. More games later, but for now, let's go back to Joe Nathan Field.
Okay, we got a new pitcher, or a new old pitcher, for the New Jersey Institute of Technology Highlanders. By the way, and I mentioned this before in other games that Stony Brook has played against NJIT, is they used to be known as New Jersey Tech back when both were in the Skyline Conference in Division III way back when. So if you hear me hesitate when I say New Jersey Institute of Technology, I'm still in the old habits. Hey, it took me a while to go from Patriots to Seawolves over 25 years ago, so what can I tell you? So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. DeCillo, Luthner, and Paradigm up for the Seawolves. Lead at 4-3. Now, last time these two teams met, NJIT took 3 out of 4. So the Seawolves have taken 2 games so far in this 4-game set and lead in the 4th game. And Tuchillo homered his last time up. He will go against Rappaport, and that's going to be a long shot over to right center, over to third base. Throw over to first is not in time. Hard smash, backhanded by Donnelly, and Donnelly not able to get the throw back in time, so score that infield hit. Luthner flied to right. Singleton scored. Bouncer foul toward the coach's box. Got a runner on first here. We're in the bottom of the sixth. Stony Brook, 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. NJIT 3-6-1. First pitch to Luthner, strike. So the count is 0-1. And trying to figure out what's going on here as far as the runner is concerned. Okay, we're back to live action. Tuchillo taking the lead off first. Throw to first. He just steps back. We, of course, have seen Rappaport before because he pitched in the first game. 0-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. 0-2 on Luthner. What did Luthner do against Rappaport? Okay, he faced him only once and fly to center. 0-2, down and at his feet. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two-step lead with the runner. And here's the 1-2. That caught the inside corner, and that means Luthner gets caught looking. So with 1 away, Shane Paradine, infield single, scored a run. Back of that 4-run fourth. Throw to first once again, and Tuchillo dives back. Still looking over now, throw to Paradine, and that will be a little bit low. Ball 1. Still concentrating on that runner at first. There's 1 man out. And a well-placed ground ball will get him out of the inning. 1-0, and this one's going to be a flare to right field, going to drop on 1 bounce for a base hit. So moving up to second to Tuchillo, and Paradine is on as well with his second hit of the day. Right behind him, Evan Fox, the left fielder, struck out, grounded to short. Bottom of the 6th inning, Seawolves lead at 4-3. Due in no small part to a 3-run homer by Cole Durkin back in that 4-run fourth. So Fox takes the ball in the dirt, running over to third. There's his throw, and it's not in time. Tuchillo saw something there. Made a move, and of course, on the throw, Paradine goes to second. So you got second and third now, 1 out. The third baseman Donnelly fielded the throw on one bounce. Thought he had him dead to rights. No, sir. 1-0 on the way. This one's going to be a ground ball over to second. They will get the easy one, but one run will score, and that will put the Seawolves up 5-3 on RBI ground out by Fox.
The right fielder, number 8, Cole Durkin.
And on that throw, Paradine goes to third. So that'll bring up Durkin, who homered, and takes outside for ball one. Right to the lefty to the lefty, I should say. Checks his swing. Appeal at third base. Nope, didn't go. 2 balls, no strikes. Runner taking the lead off third. Swings and misses at some high cheese. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2 men out, runner on third, 1 run in, 5-3 Seawolves in the bottom of the 6th. 2-1 on the way. That caught the corner. 2 balls and strikes, 2 strikes. 2-2-2. 2-2 on the way. That one tipped. It'll roll back to the screen. So the count holds, as Durkin did get a piece of it. 2-2 on the way. That one caught him on the outside corner, so Durkin goes down looking. Run on 2 hits, no errors, man left on base. 6 complete in the books. Stony Brook 5, NJIT 3 on the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, a critical point has come our way at Yankee Stadium. In the bottom of the 9th, with the game tied up at 2, the winning run is 90 feet away. It is Tyler Wade at third with DJ LeMahieu at first with 1 out, and Giancarlo Stanton is up to bat, a 1-0 with 1 out. Meanwhile, at Citi Field, it's still 4-2 Mets. After Josh Rojas got a double with 1 out, Edwin Diaz will come in a little sooner than expected. So I'll keep track. Meanwhile, the other local in action, at the end of the first quarter, the Clippers with a 29-26 lead on the New York Knicks. Knicks trailed early 8-0, but managed to start fighting back, and they're keeping it close for as long as they can. Hopefully they can shock the Clippers in order to get themselves closer to their first playoffs berth since 2013. Meanwhile, let's see what else we got going with college baseball. The America East, UAlbany catches in on another run. They've tied it up at 2 with the Hartford Hawks. Meanwhile, Maine gets a couple of runs, but are still behind UMass Lowell 7-2. Those are your only 3 games going on right now, besides the one that you're listening to with Stony Brook and NJIT. So, let's go back to Mankieiwch at Joe Nathan Field.
Top of the 7th inning. Seawolves lead 5-3. And Sam Turcotte's day is done. And I guess you shouldn't be surprised at this, but the new pitcher for the Seawolves will be Kyle Johnson. Well, Ken Fermin is working a camera at this matchup, and he's thinking the same thing that I am. Didn't throw too many pitches in game 1, maybe about an inning's worth. So bring him out again to seal the deal here, as the Seawolves want to take 3 out of 4. Now, we were talking about this during the first game, that the Seawolves, if they won game 1, would possibly clinch home field for the tournament. Not quite. They have to win again today, and of course, a couple of Binghamton has to lose a couple to really lock it down.
Leading off the right fielder, number 40, Kevin Blum.
So Kevin Blum will lead off here for NJIT. It'll be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Blum, Donnelly, and Choi, going up against Johnson. Johnson's a junior, he's a righty, and so is Mr. Blum, and he will take ball one. Oh, he gave him a strike on that one? That was a looping curveball. I thought that missed. But anyway, we'll take it. 0-1 on the way. Swing and a miss. That's strike two. Five runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Seawolves. 3-6-1 for NJIT. 0-2 on the way. Popped up. On the right field line. Hamilton under it. Makes a catch. I mean, he was straddling the line. You say it's foul, doesn't really matter. It's an out. Jared Donnelly, third baseman. He lined right at Luthner his first time up and reached on error. Righty to the lefty, down away. Ball one. Giordano at third is up on the green. 1-0 in there for a strike. Meanwhile, against the left-handed hitter, you have your right two infielders playing to the right and deep. Next pitch, a little bit off, 2-1. Luthner is playing to the left of second base, but back. But Giordano is playing up. 2-1. Popped up along the line, coming in actually behind the plate. Oh, it went right off Paradine's glove and actually behind the fence. I thought with Hamilton rushing in, because I can't see the ball very high, I can't track it. With Hamilton rushing in, I thought it was going to be on the right side. Instead, I wound up behind the plate for Paradine, and Paradine actually got a glove on it and bounced away. 2-2. Missed outside, 3-2. So now here's the payoff. And he's going to take ball four in the dirt. So Donnelly's on. Back to the top of the order for Choi. Albert Choi, the sophomore, went into the game with a .303 average. Has struck out twice and doubled. Also scored a run for the first run of the game, actually, back in the third. Johnson deals, swings and misses. 0-1. Shift on again for the right-handed hitter. Three infielders to the left of second base. And of course, Hamilton covering first with the runner. This one, a bouncer, and actually Giordano got it on the fly. It was not a bouncer, it was actually a line drive. A soft one. Thought it was going to bounce in front of him, but I predicted the bounce before it actually bounced. So a line drive to Giordano, and that will be 2 away, and the runner will hold. So that will bring up Julio Marcano, best hitter on the team at .344. Walked, RBI single, and got caught looking, and the first pitch he fouls back onto the screen, 0-1. (5-3), Stony Brook leading. We're in the top of the 7th. Johnson from the stretch dealing 0-1. Down away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shift on again for Julio. One on the way. Runner taking the lead. Down the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. With 2 outs, Johnson only has to concentrate on the guy in front of him, not the guy to the left of him, although he will look over there. And here's the 2-1. Skied foul behind us. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Remember, 2 out, runner on first. We're taking the lead. Here comes the pitch. That one missed. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Was trying to catch that outside corner, and it was a little low. And now, once again, from the stretch, runner is going, of course, on 3-2, and he struck him out swinging.
The Highlanders in the 7th. No runs, no hits.
No runs, no hits. 1 man left on base. So, 6.5 in the books. Get up and stretch, folks. 5-3 Stony Brook. Back to Zach.
Thanks, Matt, and that's good news to hear. Along with that, other good news to listen into. Giancarlo Stanton in the bottom of the 9th inning maxed an RBI base hit to bring home Tyler Wade, and the Yankees get back-to-back walk-off winners against the Washington Nationals as they claim the series against them today, 3-2. Meanwhile, the Mets, Edwin Diaz, after there was a man on first and second with 1 out, forces a grounder by Peralta into a double play. That brings the Mets to the bottom of the 8th, maintaining their 4-2 lead. Meanwhile, the Clippers and the Knicks, it's still a 3-point lead for LA. Knicks call a timeout with 7:53 left to go in the second. A really tough battle to watch out for, and this is really giving you goosebumps to watch out for. We are having a lot of fun today. And back to mentioning something I haven't talked about in a bit, it's lacrosse. On the men's side, nothing to talk about with Stony Brook since, of course, their season is over. But there's one game that was supposed to happen today in the Patriot League. Loyola and Lehigh. The Greyhounds called it off due to a positive COVID test, giving Lehigh the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. That, along with the Women's Lacrosse Selection Show, will be joint tonight at 9 p.m. on ESPNU, and we'll definitely be tuning into that to listen to see where Stony Brook and Women's Lacrosse will be playing after they got their automatic bid to the NCAA tournament yesterday, thanks to that 16-9 win in the America East Championship against UAlbany. So let's go back to Joe Nathan Field.
All right, we go to the bottom of the 7th, and Brady Short digs in for the Seawolves and takes strike 1. 9 1-2 hitters for the Seawolves going up against Rappaport here. And the next pitch, slider missed outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike on Short. Fly to left and struck out. 0 for 2 so far. Squares up to bunt, lets the ball go by outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. From the windup once again, 2-1. Got it in there. 2-2. Thought it looked about letter high, but they say maybe waist high. So here's the 2-2 pitch. This one going to be a flare into center field and a diving catch made by the center fielder Choi, and he retires short. Put a star next to that one.
The center fielder number 4, John O'Rourke.
That was a short fly ball, and Choi had to dive to get it, but he did. So back to the top of the order, and LaRocca takes strike 1. Lefty to the lefty here. Next pitch, this one skied into shallow center, and Choi signaling for it. He makes the catch. Had to move a little bit to his right to get that one. So a pair of 8s don't get you much in a hand in poker, particularly if LaRocca does it twice. He also doubled but didn't score, but that'll bring Hamilton up. Chris Hamilton singled to center and moved up on error, but also fly to right and grounded to second and take strike 1. So Rappaport Sneaks another one by, swung on and missed. 0-2. 0-2 on the way. That one skied to the left side, and that one's going to hang out and drop into the glove of Julio Marcano for out number 3. So, 1-2-3 inning for Rappaport. End of 7. Stony Brook 5, NJIT 3 on the longtime hope for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back into the studios of WSB. Let's get now with more scores and updates. Let's stick around with MLB. The game went final between Boston and Baltimore. The Red Sox win 4-3. Yankees, I said before, won 3-2. They now 18-16 overall. Meanwhile, besides the Mets and Diamondbacks game, which is of course in the bottom of the 8th still with 2 men out, Mets are one more half inning away from getting the win against the Diamondbacks. In the bottom of the 10th inning, a man on first and third for Miami, they trail 2-1, has a chance with a base hit to tie the game, or with a home run, win it all. And it looks like something just happened here, and Miguel Rojas grounds out, so the Brewers defeat the Marlins 2-1. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Houston Astros are leading the Toronto Blue Jays 7-4. In the bottom of the 5th, Astros have a man on first and second with 1 out. In the bottom of the 6th, the Chicago White Sox lead the Kansas City Royals 6-2 after Michael A. Taylor got an RBI groundout with a man on first and third and 2 out. In the bottom of the 7th, the Cardinals added a run after last time I talked about them. They now lead 2-0 over Colorado. The Pittsburgh Pirates are leading Chicago 6-2. And in the top of the 6th, it's the Texas Rangers over the Seattle Mariners 7-2. Let's go back to Joe Nathan Field.
Top of the 8th here. As we flip the card over, and it is David Marcano who takes ball 1. This one, fly ball to right. Durkin on the run. He makes the catch toward the wall. 1 away. Had some hang time for him because Durkin had to venture far to get that ball. Right behind Marcano, David Marcano, Daniel Helfgott. Helfgott, first pitch from Johnson is skied foul to the right side. Helfgott today, or at least in the second game, fly to center, doubled and scored, led off the 4th inning with a double. And this one's going to be a hard ground ball down the left field line past Giordano and will be a base hit and a 2-base hit as Helfgott cruises in with a second double of the day. He also reached an outfielder's choice if you want to complete his record, but with a runner on second right now here in the 8th inning, Seawolves up 2. That's going to bring up Cole Fleming, the freshman designated hitter. But we have Matt Sake out to the mound. Here to confirm Johnson now. What's interesting here is that you figure when you brought him in, or we figured when he was brought in, that he would go 3 innings, and he may yet because no decision's been made to pull him. But there is activity going on, and just in case. So we go back to live action here. As Coach said what he wanted to say, and with the runner on second base, Fleming, who grounded to short, singled to right, and grounded to second. So he used up the whole field. Righty to righty. First pitch is a strike. Infield is their regular positions. No shift going on with the runner on second. 0-1 on the way. He got the inside corner on that one. I'm surprised because it looked a little low, but Seawolves will take it. 0-2 on Fleming here. Strikeout would come in handy here. Cole's time for Fleming. He'll step out, adjust his gloves, do the old Derek Jeter stall tactics. Not to mention everybody else in that Yankee lineup back in the day. 0-2 on the way. Down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Helfgott is dancing around over there at second base, but Seawolves infielders not really paying attention because they're dealing with the guy in front of them too. 1-2 pitch from the stretch. And that one's going to be a line drive into left field for a base hit. That will score the run easily as the relay throw is not made. And Fleming gets an RBI single to left. That will make it a 5-4 game here in the 8th inning. And no move made from the dugout yet. He'll bring up Franzoni, Paul Franzoni, the catcher. Franzoni grounded to second, grounded into a 5-4-3 double play, and walked. He's 0 for 2. Swings and misses the first pitch, 0-1. Now you got the infield shifted to left. Next pitch down and in, 1-1. Hamilton, of course, covering first with the runner there, Fleming. One on the way. Pop foul. And out of play. Umpire signaling by hand. It's runner. Now this is going to be a high fly ball deep to left center field. It's going to the wall, and it is gone. A 2-run homer for Franzoni. And NJIT takes the lead 6-5. And now here comes the hook. So Johnson able to get through the 7th with no trouble. Gets the first out on a fly ball in the 8th and then gives up 3 straight hits, one of which is a home run, which results in 3 runs. And new pitcher for the Stony Brook Seawolves. And that will be number 17, Ben Farrow, the junior right-hander. Get some numbers on him. Okay. Okay, you got a 9 ERA. He's only made 3 appearances, 4 innings pitched, 4 runs all earned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, 267 average against. But he's a big guy. Listed at 6'1", though he looks taller. from Trumbull, Connecticut. Interestingly enough, his last appearance was last weekend against Binghamton. Got tagged for a pair of runs in 2/3 of an inning. Went 2 1/3 against NJIT last time they met, which was actually here, even though NJIT was the home team. Gave up 2 runs on 2 hits, and then had 1 scoreless inning the day before. And the first pitch is a ball to the next hitter, Hussey. Fastball in there for a strike. Hussey popped up to first. RBI single, scored a run, also grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. All that off Turcotte. 1-1 on the way. Takes outside, ball 2. Again, shift on. 3 fielders to the left of second base. Hamilton is normal position at first. Swings and misses at the next pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We are in the top of the 8th inning. NJIT is 3 runs in, lead at 6-5. Here's the 2-2. Down away. 3 balls and 2 strikes. That one had some pop to it, but missed. Ball 4. Now Kevin Blum struck out, doubled, got thrown out at home, and also hit a foul pop to the first baseman, Hamilton. Takes low, ball 1. Dealing from the stretch once again, the 1-0 pitch. That hit him. Tried to get a looping curveball, but the release was all wrong, and out comes Matt Sink again. Walks the first runner, first batter, hits the second one, and he's out of there. So we have another pitching change, and with runners on first and second and 1 out, of course, it will be the job of a lefty to put the fire out. Getting a little bit of rain here. A little bit of a sprinkle. Got a plastic bag over the equipment so it doesn't fry. And the lefty wears number 16. And it isn't Whitey Ford rising from the dead. Nope, not happening. Instead, it's Devin Sharkey.
Please show me your attention, please. Now pitching for the Seawolves, number 16, Devin Sharkey.
But I do like his sense of history. A left-hander wearing number 16. 3.72 ERA, 1-0 win-loss record, 6 appearances, 9 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned, 10 walks, 7 strikeouts, 188 average against, though. But maybe in need of a little refinement. Now the rain's coming down. Not a little harder, but yeah, you're getting more of it. So now you gotta cover everything. Six runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the NJIT Highlanders. And for the Stony Brook Seawolves, 5 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. We're in the top of the 8th inning. 3 runs in for NJIT. They lead at 6-5. Thanks in no small part to an RBI single by Fleming and a 2-run homer by Franzoni.
The third baseman, number 16, Jared Donnelly.
Okay, so your next hitter is going to be the number 9 hitter, Jared Donnelly, the third baseman, who also wears number 16. First pitch, fastball in there for a strike. Strike one, what everybody's looking for. This time on the left-hander, the first and second baseman are leaning to the right. And also Luthner close to second base on the left side. Next pitch is in the dirt. They keep it in front of him. Nobody moves. Paranine able to keep that ball from scooting away. So it counts at 1-1. From the stretch, here's the 1-1. A little high. 2 balls and 1 strike. As we said, infield shaded to the right side. Not completely shifted over. 2-1 on the way. Lefty to the lefty. Down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. And the 3-1. A little high, ball 4, bases are loaded. Back to the top of the order now. That's going to bring up Albert Choi, who struck out twice, doubled, and lined out. Big opportunity here with the bases loaded and only 1 out here in the top of the 8th inning. 3 runs already in for NJIT. They lead at 6-5. Seawolves had a 5-3 lead going into this game, into this inning rather. Now you have to shift on 3 fielders to the left of second base against the right-hander. First pitch is way down. 1 ball and no strikes. Yep, all that noise is coming from the third base dugout, which is the NJIT side. 1-0 on the way. Foul tipped, bounces toward the screen here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Choi takes a couple of swings here as he shortens up his swing. This one, high fly ball to right field. Durkin coming in, Hamilton coming out, drops between them. 1 run will score. Thought 2 might come in, but they do get the ball back in quickly because it only went to shallow right. And that's going to make it a 7-5 lead. So score it a hit, all it can be, RBI single, but only 1 run comes in. So it gives NJIT a 2-run lead, correction. Let's do the math right. And the first pitch to Julio Marcano, the senior, is a strike. Still only 1 out here and bases loaded. Bases are still loaded. Got a little merry-go-round going here. 0-1 on the way. This one skied to the right side. Shallow right. Hamilton under it. Hamilton going for it. He made the catch and runners hold. Hamilton had trouble tracking that one in the clouds. But it wasn't fair territory as we have batted around here for David Marcano here in the 8th inning. 4 runs are in. 7-5 is your score. So David, for the second time this inning, fly to right to lead off, and swings and misses a ball down and in. Bases loaded, 2 men out now. And now here's the 0-1 from the stretch. Fastball in there. 0-2. Gets ahead. Sorry, I get a kick out of seeing a guy wearing a left-handed pitcher wearing number 16. Oh, 2 on the way. Swing and miss, strike 3. Got him out of the inning. But the damage, and what a ton of damage done here. 4 runs. 4 hits, no errors. Bases left loaded. And we go to the bottom of the 8th. NJIT 7, Stony Brook 5, and longtime hope for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
And back in the studios of WUSB, let's see what more scores we can come up with. The Yankees, before they won 3-2, the Mets are able to secure the series sweep against the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2. Jacob deGrom, despite leaving early, being able to save that win, while Edwin Diaz gets his 5th save of the year and his 2nd 5-out save of his career, his first since 2016. Meanwhile, in the NBA, only 1 game on right now. That's the local, the New York Knicks. They are at LA and they lead the Clippers 56-54 at halftime after a masterful first half performance by Derrick Rose, who currently has 19 points. The other game that happened later today, the Miami Heat defeated the Boston Celtics 130-124. Both teams have a win against each other this year, and the season series will be determined on Tuesday between both teams once more. 2 more locals, which is not today. The next time we'll see locals in action starting tomorrow. The New York Islanders, in their final game of the regular season, take on the Boston Bruins. Winner of that one could probably be the 3rd seed, but that's the Islanders' last game, but not Boston's. If Boston loses the last 2, then the Islanders get the 3 seed and take on the 2 seed Washington Capitals. Back to Joe Nathan Field.
And thank you very much, Zach. Bottom of the 8th right now. And Jake Rappaport throws his first pitch to Evan Giordano, who's 0 for 3. 2 foul pop-ups and a fly to left. 1-0, and now next one's 2-0 down on his feet. 4 runs in the 8th inning have put NJIT ahead 7-5. Giordano a little early on that one as he hits a hard smash to the left side, foul. Two balls and 1 strike. Matt Mankieiwch bringing you all the action here from Joe Nathan Field as we go to the bottom of the 8th. And another ball in the dirt. 3 balls and 1 strike. Seawolves pulled out a victory in game 1, and this next pitch will be down his feet again, ball 4. So Giordano is on to lead off the 8th inning.
The DH, number 45, John Tuccillo.
Like Cam said, John Tuccillo coming up. He's got a solo homer, an infield hit, a stolen base, a run scored, and a ground out. Tuccillo takes down at his feet from the left-hander, 1-0. Lefty to the righty once again. Rappaport deals, caught the inside corner, strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for NJIT. 5-8-1 for the Seawolves. 1-1. Skied foul. Playable. Hussey going over there, but he's going to let it go. Way out of play. Into those woods where foul balls go to die. Lots of them over the years. Here's the 1-2. That one, ground ball over the right side. Hussey fields it. He'll dive onto the bag, and he got him. Hussey had to field it himself. He knew Rappaport wasn't going to get there in time. So basically, he threw himself over and touched the bag with his glove. So, a very artful 3 unassisted. That'll bring up Luthner. Had a big home run the first game. Singled, struck out, and fly to right in the second. So we have time called here. What's going on? So finally, we're ready here. As the second baseman's shadowing. But the first pitch comes to the plate, ball 1. As Helfgott is staying close to the runner on second base. Which is, hold on, throw over to second, and he's still there. Giordano had to dive back. But he advanced on the ground ball, so he is standing on second. And we have a 1-0 count on Luthner. High fly ball, center field. Choi under it, makes the catch. Nobody moving. Throw comes in, and Giordano has to stay there. So a 2 away. Luthner gave it a ride, but not far enough. Shane Paradine. Pair of singles and a fly to right. Scored a run as well. Sewell scored 4 back in the 4th inning. Then tacked on another one, but it wasn't enough to overcome a 4-run 8th for the Highlanders. First pitch and their first strike. Rappaport taking the signal and now coming to plate on the 0-1. Another high fly ball. This one into right center. And the right fielder Blum hauls that one in for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. We go to the top of the 9th. And the score, NJIT 7, Stony Brook 5 on the longtime home for Sewell's Athletics, WUSB.
All right, so let's see what more scores we got going on. Back in the America East in college baseball, UAlbany has taken a couple of more runs, and now they lead Hartford 4-2 in the top of the 7th. So even if Stony Brook doesn't win, it could still have somewhat of a 6-game lead at that, as the next best team in the America East, Hartford, is trailing right now and is in danger of being swept today. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the 9th, Maine's down 10-3. They're up at bat and trying to get a miracle here. If they don't get that miracle, then the Riverhawks will sweep them today. Meanwhile, UNBC got their sweeping series today against Binghamton. They won game 1 1-0 in 7 innings, and they won game 2 in a full 9-inning game, 8-3. It's still halftime between the Knicks and the Clippers. New York is up 56-54 after Derrick Rose had a great performance in the first half. 19 points, was 9 of 10 shooting. Let's move back into the MLB side. The Yankees and Mets got their respective wins today at home, as the Mets got their 5th straight win so far this year. DeGrom with a .68 ERA so far, and his 3rd credited win of the season despite being pulled early. More games in action right now. Some games just started. Top of the 4th, Rays and the A's all scoreless. Same goes for the Dodgers and the Angels at the bottom of the 2nd. Let's head back to Joe Nathan Field.
And thank you very much, Zach. We go to the top of the 9th inning. Devin Sharkey still on the mound for the Seawolves. And he will be facing Daniel Helfgott, second baseman. And he fouls a ball off a whole bunch of things. Not sure whose feet he fouled it off of, but somebody felt it. Helfgott takes high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 7-5 is your score. NJIT leading in game 4 of this 4-game series. He checked his swing and fouled the ball toward the Seawolves dugout. Bounced it in front of the plate and just rolls over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Sharkey ahead of his first hitter of this inning. Came in and put out the fire in the 8th. 1-2. This one skied foul up over the screen. Count holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes. 4 big runs in the 8th inning gave NJIT the lead in this game. Trying to force a split here of the 4 games. 1-2, another one, same place. But the Seawolves had a 2-run lead going into that inning. Cole Fleming with an RBI single and Paul Franzoni with a 2-run homer. And this one's going to be a ground ball over to short. Luthner throws across. He got him. So right behind him, Fleming, as we said, way back in the 8th inning, he had an RBI single. That got things going, and that 4 runs scored in the 8th. The on-deck hitter, Paul Franzoni, hit a 2-run homer. And the first pitch is ball 1 on Fleming. One 0 on the way. Curveball missed on the outside. 2-0. The 2-0, a little high. 3 balls and no strikes. Overcast, a little drizzly here at Joe Nathan Field. Started out partly cloudy. 4 straight pitches, it's a walk. Paul Franzoni grounded to second, into a 5-4-3 double play, walked, but had a big 2-run homer in that fateful 8th inning. And the first pitch is right over for a strike. Oh, 1, got the outside corner. 0-2. Once again, shift on. 3 fielders to the left of second base, so 2 on the way. This one, high fly ball, right center field, going toward the wall and running it down the Rocca. La Rocca That's his trademark now. I've seen him do that so many times this year. Hauling the ball, going for the fence behind his back. Who is back to us, I should say. And yeah, Willie Mays style. In honor of the great Willie Mays, who turned 90 this week. Franzoni gave it a ride. Now it's Hussey's turn. Takes the curveball a little bit off the plate. 1-0. Hussey popped up, RBI single, double play, and walked and scored. Next pitch, that missed 2. 2 balls and no strikes. So Nick Hussey will dig in. He has an interesting stance with his left foot back. 2-0. That one line foul past the first base coach's box. Top of the hour. 90.1 FM, WUSB Stony Brook. 107.3 FM, W297 BM Stony Brook. It is 5 o'clock. 2-1. Just a little inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. Two out, 1 man on. We're in the top of the 9th inning, 7-5, NJIT. He's going to take ball 4 at his feet. So Hussey's on. Now you got 2 men on, 2 walks. Runners on first and second now. We'll set things up for Kevin Blum, the right fielder. Blum struck out, doubled, hit a foul pop, and was hit by a pitch. During those 2 batters Ben Farrow faced, he walked one and hit another. And that brought Sharkey in. So the first pitch to Blum, a little off for a ball. Sharkey's job, keep it where it is. Give the Seawolves a chance in the bottom half of the inning. Here's the 1-0. Fly ball, left side, foul, and out of play. By a pretty fair amount. Landed in the grass. Had more kids around. They'd go chase it. Get a souvenir, but... So it counts at 1-1. Runners taking their leads. Next pitch swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that one. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The funny thing is, Blum knew it too. So the right-hander dug in with the straight up stance. The left-hander takes the signal from the mound. Or he's coming from the mound anyway. He's taking a signal from the plate. Here's the 1-2. Skied foul up and over the screen behind us. I heard a thud. Wonder if it landed in the softball field. As we said yesterday, softball and baseball going on at the same time. Softball played Friday, Saturday. We're here Saturday, Sunday. Slow curve. Missed. Ball 2. Infielders in regular positions against this right. Everybody, you have runners on first and second, so you really can't do a shift. This one lined foul to the left side. Hit solidly, but a little too early. And of course, the home team supplies the baseballs, and the home plate umpire needs some more. So once again, lefty to the righty, 2-2 pitch. And this one's going to be another bouncer, foul, left side, coach's box. Count holds at 2-2. Home plate getting brushed off a little bit. Making sure he can see, the umpire can see whether a strike is a strike. And the runner's taking the lead once again. 2-2 on the way. That got him on the inside corner. So Blum goes down. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left on. We go to the bottom of the 9th. NJIT 7, Stony Brook 5, and the longtime home for Seawolves Athletics, WUSB.
Do or die for Stony Brook in the bottom of the 9th, but before we get to that, let's get you going with more scores and updates. Out of halftime, the Clippers with a 62-61 lead over the Knicks. Actually, the Knicks just usurped them with a 3-pointer. It's now a 2-point lead for the Knicks with 6:29 left to go in the third quarter. Meanwhile, more baseball news at 7 o'clock tonight. The Braves hosting the Phillies at Truist Park in Cumberland, Georgia. Aaron Nola at the mound for the Phillies, Huascar Ynoa for the Braves. Meanwhile, you got more games going on right now. Still scoreless in the top of the 4th between the Rays and the A's. In the bottom of the 2nd. Hang on a second. That was a long time ago, so let's see if I got it right. It's the bottom of the 4th now between the Rays and the A's scoreless. Top of the 3rd for the Dodgers and Angels scoreless. The top of the 3rd, the Padres lead the Giants 5-0. Padres 18-16 this year. The Giants are 20-13. Top of the 3rd, bases are loaded with 1 out. In the top of the 7th, the Mariners are at bat but trail the Rangers 9-2. In the bottom of the 9th, the Cubs are also in the last-ditch effort. You have Anthony Rizzo up to bat. The Cubs are down 6-2 to Pittsburgh. In the top of the 9th, Cardinals are close to a win, but the Rockies have 2 men on base with 1 out. So let's go back to Joe Nathan Field for what could be the last of today.
So, we return to live action here. Jake Rappaport still on the mound for the Highlanders, trying to seal the deal on this 7-5 lead he has as we go to the bottom of the 9th. And the first pitch jumped on by Evan Fox. High fly ball to the gap in left center field and run down by Choi, the center fielder for NJIT. So very quickly, 1 pitch, 1 out. Cole Durkin. 3-run homer in a 4-run 4th that gave the Seawolves the lead at the time. Also got caught looking and popped up. This one, line drive into right field for a base hit. Making the turn and going towards second, and he's going to make it sliding. And the ball actually skips away into left field, but he's going to stay there. The throw was a little late no matter what. But Durkin wasn't going to press his luck at this point, because now the Seawolves have a runner in scoring position. Remember, they're only down 2.
Pinch hitting for the Seawolves, number 24.
Which means,
Yelling.
okay, now we have a pinch hitter for short. And it's going to be Derek Yellen, the sophomore outfielder. And he takes a ball on the inside corner, lefty to righty, 0-1. 1 man out, runner on second, bottom of the 9th. Seawolves trail 7-5. Dealing from the stretch, Rappaport. Second baseman shading. This one's going to be a bouncer to third. They're going to go across the field and get the 5-3. The runner will hold. Back to the top of the order now for John LaRocca. LaRocca only 1 for 4 in the second game. 3 fly balls and a double. However, he had a hit in the first game too, so he went 1 for 3 in the first game. Takes ball 1. He's got a runner in scoring position with 2 out. And the 1-0 is on the way. Rappaport dealing from the stretch. Runner taking a big lead. Checking the runner. Don't know why. Ball down away. 2-0. I don't know why a lot of these pitchers will check the runners with 2 men out. The issue here is the guy in front of you, not the guy behind you. 2-0. Caught the outside corner, 2-1. This is lefty on lefty here. So I close the outside corner, it's the left side of the plate. Or left. Looking from behind. Rappaport's right. Here we go. 2-1. This one's going to be a bouncer to second. And that's going to be an easy 4-3. And the ball game is over. So, your final score, NJIT, 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Seawolves, 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Your winning pitcher, as we just take a look at the record here before the official scorer makes the rulings.
On behalf of the Seawolves, we thank you for joining us, and please arrive home safely.
And just taking a look here. Well, your losing pitcher is going to be number 34, Kyle Johnson. And your winning pitcher, well, Rappaport definitely gets a save. But does he get the win instead? Caxo left with, Caxo gets a no decision. So it will be Rappaport. Rappaport gets the win and no save. So, just looking at the boxes very quickly before we send it back to live programming here at WUSB. And of course, we do have to get back to work because we do have Selection Sunday for lacrosse, both men's and women's. And we also have the sports section tonight at 10. So keep it at WUSB for the next 5 hours and enjoy. And we'll be ready for you, of course, when it comes to Seawolves athletics and beyond. But your big producers in the second game, Franzoni with the 2-run homer, Fleming with an RBI, Julio Marcano with an RBI, and Choi as well. And on the Stony Brook side, it was Tachilla with an RBI, Durkin with 3, and Evan Fox with an RBI as well. So, multi-hit days. Durkin had a pair of hits. Paradine had a pair of hits, and so did Tachillo. On the NJIT side, Choi with 2 hits, Helfgott with a pair of hits, and Fleming with a pair of hits. So, that will do it here at Joe Nathan Field as we try to get in out of the rain and get the equipment packed up. But the next time you'll be hearing from us is less than 5 hours from now, 10 o'clock on the sports section. We talk about this 4-game split and where the Seawolves stand in terms of securing home field advantage at Joe Nathan Field. In the meantime, on behalf of Ken Fermin, Zach Wilson, I'm Matt Mankieiwch. The final score, New Jersey Institute of Technology 7, Stony Brook Seawolves 5. Game 4, Seawolves win. That's a Game 4 score. The Game 3 score, Seawolves win it 4-3. A doubleheader split. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone, and get in out of the rain.